Good morning, Pravanshi. How's it going? Wait, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah, I see your lips moving. Nothing's.
You guys got three of them today.
Okay.
Devon Beach,
Yep.
JC Owens.
Yes.
Then at 9:15 we got a Marquell Fox.
Got it.
So you'll
Okay.
pick up those three today.
All right, cool. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good
Hi.
morning.
I see that you are supposed to be here until 9:30.
Oh, 9:30?
Yes.
Is it Zoom or is it because I just need to drop off the registration.
It's Zoom.
Oh, it is? Okay, can I drop it off since I'm here? I'm out here.
Sure, you can come on in the building.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep, you're welcome. Heather, good morning.
Good morning.
You're here.
I am. Actually got here on time.
Don't you love it when that happens, when you think you're running late? It's like, oh, okay, I got this.
Yes. Well, and I was gonna stop at McDonald's for a pop, and I'm like, nope, I got this. I'm good. I'll be on time. Good morning,
Good morning,
Samir.
Sammer. How's it going?
Morning, guys.
So, I'm sorry, my volume was down. What did you say?
Said good morning, guys.
Hi.
Morning, lady.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have J.C. Owens on camera one now and Devin Beach on deck.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello?
Hi, yes. What is your name, please?
My name's Charles Campbell.
Thank you.
It appears that we're still waiting for the prosecutor. As soon as he appears, along with the defense attorneys, we'll start getting you connected to your attorneys and we'll get going.
Do you know what county this is for?
I'm sorry.
You know what county this is for?
This is in the 34th District Court. This is Wayne County. What the heck, Mr. King? What are you? I haven't seen you in so long. How are you?
I'm well. How you doing?
Really good. What's going on? Where are you now?
I'm still the lead in DV. I still work here. I just don't make it out your way very often.
Wow, great. Are you here for Patricia today?
Yeah, Patricia's out of the country. I'm gonna cover her morning stuff, and then Muhammad is going to cover the exam.
Okay, got it. I thought Mohammed was covering for her, so I did not make a breakout room for you, so you can, I just made you co-host, so you can go into, how about if we put you in, want to go into 7, and if people come in, I can just put them in your room?
That works well. That's great.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, good to see you, Larry.
Good seeing you too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Or at least hearing you. I actually don't see you.
You're right,
You're
that's
there.
okay. You don't want to see me.
Thanks, Marianne.
You're welcome. Yes.
Yes. Now I remember.
Morning, Josh. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Do you have oh yeah, you do. Look at you. Yeah, you have a case.
Yeah, I have just a quick retained case.
Okay,
Hopefully,
I'm gonna put you in the breakout room to speak with the prosecutor.
appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mohammed.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm well.
There's a few people already in your waiting room.
All right. I could let you in. All right.
Mr. Bickert,
Yes,
good morning.
good morning.
I put you in the breakout room to speak with the prosecutor. Do you not need to speak with him?
Well, I was hoping to do the breakout with my client first,
Your client
Mr.
is,
Beach.
Mr. Beach is not on screen yet.
Okay, I can go back to the waiting room then, I guess.
Okay.
Marianne, are you still on?
Yes, Larry.
Oh, just letting you know that I need to step away from my desk for just a second. I'll be right back, all right?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And Marion, I don't know if you need anything, but we're just gonna adjourn my case 1 week to get the registration, and I'll have it to Mohammed before then.
Okay, yep, the judge is on her way out right now. Hey, Josh, it's gonna be, the judge will call the case in a second, but it's gonna be next week at 9:45.
Yeah,
It's gonna be live in front of Judge Oakley.
so I can write them. I wouldn't be able to make that in front of Judge Oakley at 9:45. Is if I adjourned it 2 weeks, would that be in front of a judge via Zoom?
No.
Okay.
Your Judge Martin's on the bench right now.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Mr. Kaplan, you know that you can always submit a request to Heather to have Judge Oakley
Yeah.
review the case to appear by Zoom, if that'll help your schedule any better.
I will do that.
Okay, give me 1 second. Yeah, I have a bone to pick with you. I have a bone to pick with you. I'll pick it after I get Mr. Kaplan's case called. Good morning, Mr. King.
Morning, Judge Martin. How are you?
I am super. How have you been, sir?
I've been very well. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. It's been far too long. I'm sorry, Mr. Kaplan, who's your client?
Joseph Duff.
The number is cut off, of course. 4S4355259 ST, State of Michigan versus Duff, your appearance.
Joshua Kaplan on behalf of Mr. Duff. Your Honor, I appeared a little early. My client, I just told him we're just gonna be adjourning this. We're requesting a 1 week adjournment. I just need to get Mohammed proof of registration and the people proof of registration, and we should have a resolution at the next court date.
Mr. Kaplan, my only concern is that your client has not been arraigned. I don't lose any sleep over it. We're adjourning this over to next week.
Thank you.
At what time?
9:45.
9:45 next Wednesday, May the 29th, in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley in person. Anything else, Mr. Kaplan?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Have a good day, sir.
You too.
Give me 1 second, please. Sorry. So I started getting these text messages yesterday evening about the goings on. And I was like, I was here. Nobody said anything. Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm just gonna give you this, we're gonna adjourn Mr. Joseph Duff.
Oh, Mr. Kaplan, that's what he just came on. We adjourned it over till next week. Are you keeping track of the adjournments?
Yeah.
5:29 at 9:45.
That's with,
Judge Oakley. Yep.
Do you know if we have any criminal plea forms?
I thought there was some on the table.
Yeah,
Yeah, right next to the orange folder. I thought I put down a stack of them. I thought there was already a stack of them down there. Sorry.
I'll be right back, Judge.
Yes, sir. Marianne, I'm telling you.
Dying on. Oh. Gary.
How are you today?
Pretty well.
Mm-mm.
So this- how's it? So then what he's at. Says. He says he tried to stab. So they call it. Two parents. Then Sumter thinks. So he gets all jammed up. They end up catching the guy. Stabbing him. So then we dealt with the other day, he came in, threw a ticket in, and we said, I'm not paying this Sumter. Something. Big game, not one of them. And so we dealt with him until 6 o'clock last night. He wouldn't, no, actually it was about 20 after 6. Because as soon as the employees left, he went around back. I was sitting in the parking lot doing 10.
I didn't hear anything else, since I was just like, okay, nothing. It's
It was an
fine.
interesting day. He's back here again.
I saw this one.
He was back here by 20 after 7. Because him and I got in. Okay.
I saw a text.
What's that?
I saw a text about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
From who?
Good morning, Ms. Pilkowitz.
Good morning. I'm here on Sierra Kimball. We're just seeking a 2-week adjournment.
I'm sorry, you're here on whom?
Sierra Kimball.
The prosecutor's office, I believe, is walking in with that sheet. Give me 1 second. Kimball?
Kimball, yep.
Thank you.
On top here. There's another one.
This is 201554 FD, State of Michigan versus Kimball. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Pilkowitz, P81653. On behalf of Ms. Kimball, if Ms. Kimball isn't currently present either in your waiting room or otherwise, I'd ask that the court waive her presence for purposes of this adjournment. I just spoke with her yesterday.
There's nobody labeled Kimball and there's nobody responding.
Judge, we can pass it and I can give her a call, however you want to do it.
I'm looking back in the file and it looks like she's appeared pretty regularly since February of this year. She had been in warrant status previously, but seems like she's been compliant. I know you were waiting for her screening.
Yes, Judge. It's been a bit of a Herculean task to get her into Dearborn Sobriety Court as she's not eligible in Romulus. But I'm cautiously optimistic that within the next 2 weeks, we will have that all sorted out and she'll be able to enter the plea on that day.
My notes from April the 10th indicate that you were working with Dearborn Sobriety Court, and I see that on the note from the prosecutor requesting the adjournment. 2-week adjournment puts us on June the 5th.
That works.
8:45, Judge.
At 8:45 a.m. Thank you, ma'am. That's in person in courtroom number 2 with Judge Oakley. Is there anything else this morning, ma'am?
Oh, so in person on the 5th, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Have
nothing
you already
further.
indicated? Well, I would just ask that you reach out to Ms. Pilkowitz and let her know that new date and time so she doesn't log on and miss you.
Ms. Kimball? Yes, I will reach out.
What did I say?
My name, but that, yes, I got it.
I said your name.
Yeah.
It's still early, Ms. Pilkowitz. You have to excuse me.
You're all good, Judge. I'll let her know.
Nope, here she is. She's
Okay.
here. Ms. Kimball?
Hey, Sierra, go ahead and unmute your microphone and you can state your name for the judge.
Sierra Kimball.
Ms. Kimball, your case is being adjourned for 2 weeks to June the 5th at 8:45 a.m. That's in person here at the 34th District Court in courtroom number 2, Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address that you verify with court staff, okay?
Okay,
Have a good day, ma'am. You're free to go.
thank you.
All right, Sierra,
You're
I'll call you in
welcome.
a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Take care, everyone.
Mary, I'm telling you, by the third case, I'll be good.
Okay.
I just think a little more coffee would be helpful. Good morning, Pravanchi.
Sorry about that, Your Honor. I had that automatic,
No.
reboot, so I had to lose you for a few minutes.
No worries, you're fine.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, are you ready with Mr. Jewell?
I am ready. Mr. Jewell should be coming in as well as the prosecutor. We have a resolution to the case.
He's already in. Your client's already here. Mr. Jewell, if you'll turn on your video, unmute yourself. The prosecutor is handing me the form right now, I believe. This is 240093FY, State of Michigan versus Maxwell Jewell. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of people, P86771.
Good morning, Judge D. Todd Williams on behalf of Maxwell Jewell. Maxwell Jewell, his video is on. He can hear us. Mr. Jewell, you're consenting to conducting this hearing today by Zoom, are you not?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Today's the day and time scheduled for the probable cause conference. The court has just been handed a plea agreement that indicates that Mr. Jewell will be pleading under MCL 750.363, larceny under $200, full restitution at sentencing, additional terms and conditions by court. Mr. Williams, was that your understanding?
That is my understanding, and I've explained the plea to my client as well as the consequences, specifically restitution and anything the court might order.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, before I inquire of your client, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the investigating police agency. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled. Are we still prepared to proceed with the plea, or do you need a moment to speak to your client?
Your Honor, I kindly thank you for that disclosure, but we do not need to discuss it. We're ready to proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Jewell, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Williams. Do you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to larceny under $200?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on November 28, 2022, in Van Buren Township, you went into the Taco Bell located at 2235 Rawsonville Road and took property value under $200, property that did not belong to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Williams, would you like to inquire further of your client?
Mr. Jewell, you actually were working at the Taco Bell, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was in Van Buren Township at the Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Okay, and the money was in fact in somebody's purse, and you had no authority to go in that purse, correct?
Yes.
And the amount of money that was taken out of the purse was $100. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Williams?
Satisfied, Judge.
Mr. Jewell, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the reduced count of, to the added count of larceny under $200 and will dismiss the original felony charge of larceny in the building. Mr. Williams, you made a representation that the restitution due to the victim is $100. Does the court need to schedule this matter for sentencing to allow a letter to the complainant to confirm the restitution amount sought?
Judge, I looked in the police report And I think the prosecutor agrees it was $100 that was taken. But, and I think that's what she was seeking. But Judge, I don't know if that's something we need to determine. I don't, and just being transparent, Judge, I don't know. It doesn't appear that the purse was recovered. But certainly I don't think there was anything else that she was seeking, but I can't speak for the victim, of course.
Then, Mr. Williams, what I would like to do is schedule this matter for sentencing at a future date to allow time for the probation department to send out notice to the complainant. So she may submit, or they may submit their request for restitution with
Understood.
documentation. I don't control those dates, so what I'll do, Mr. Jewell, if you have confirmed your address with court staff this morning. Oh. No, we don't have an address for you. Mr. Jewell, have you since verified an address for the court staff?
I just moved into this place a couple days ago, less than a week. I really don't know. I've just been really busy.
Judge, if I may say, and the court file may indicate it, Mr. Jewell has been homeless for the better part of the last 4 or 5 months. But we have stayed in constant contact with regard to this matter. I, of course, would relay any court dates to Mr. Jewell. And thus far, it has been working because Mr. Jewell has been at all these proceedings. I don't think Mr. Jewell would hesitate to give the address that he has, but obviously I will continue to do what I've been doing, advising him of the court dates and making sure that he appears.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. What the court will do is send the file to probation to letter the complainant for restitution requested and schedule the matter for sentencing. If there is anything else, Mr. Williams?
No, nothing else, Judge. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Mr. Jewell, you're free to go. I'll see you at sentencing, sir. Have a good day.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Campbell, the court received communication that your attorney is detained in another court and should be here in the next 45 minutes or so. I appreciate your patience, sir.
No problem. Can you tell me what case this is for? I'm sorry.
It is for domestic violence from the city of Romulus with an offense date of April the 26th, 2024.
Yes, ma'am. I was asking because I believe I had a court date with you guys on the 9th on another case, and I wasn't here. I don't think I didn't make it, but I just didn't want to lose my bond. I know that.
You're fine, Mr. Campbell. The update is that he'll be here in 10 minutes. Thank you, Marianne. So your attorney should be here in the next 10 minutes, sir. Good morning, Mr. McGrady.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Are you ready with Mr. Bales?
May I have a breakout room with him, Your Honor? The prosecutor just provided some new information.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Two four zero zero nine zero FY, State of Michigan versus Amanda Smith. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Zainab Hamoud on behalf of the defendant Amanda Smith, who I believe is present via Zoom.
State your name for me, please, Ms. Smith.
Amanda Smith.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the adjourned PCC. Mr. Mohammed, the prosecutor, has just handed the court a request to adjourn this matter for 2 weeks. Was that your understanding, Ms. Hamoud?
Correct, Your Honor. The previous PCC, it was not the prosecutor Mohammed who was here, and he still has not been able to figure out what's going on with the digital discovery. So a 2-week adjournment is necessary, Your Honor.
Thank you. Today's PCC will be adjourned to June the 5th at
9:30.
at 9:30 a.m. That will be in person in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Is there anything else this morning, Ms. Hamoud?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, Ms. Smith. You're free to go. You have a good day. Notice of the new date and time will be mailed to you at the address we have on record.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Ms. Keska, are we ready?
I had a question and actually to give you guys some information. Do we have, wait a minute, I think my client is on. Actually, if I can have a breakout room with Miss Owens, that would be terrific before I have to go drive.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I just asked, that's okay. You asked me a question, I answered your question. Oh, did you? Yeah, I just answered it, no.
I like your peonies.
Okay, Marianne, it's time to get your calendar out.
Yes, ma'am.
Music in the Park. Romulus Historical District. June the 14th, the Dan Rafferty Band. July 12th, 50 amp fuse.
Oh, that's a good.
August 9th, the Shagadelics.
I haven't heard of that one.
Romulus High School Alumni Night on June the 14th.
Are you gonna take your blow up couch?
No, I reserved that for another location. That couch worked out well, though.
It's pretty cool.
I need to take it, I need to pull it out and make sure the batteries are still good. I told the lady that organizes the concerts that I was gonna bring a rug and a solar powered fan and set up a whole situation out there.
Get like a little end table.
Exactly. I'll have to put it all in a little collapsible wagon. But a free concert's a free concert, so. I'm looking at the breakout rooms and I see 12 attorneys in there. Are you ready now with Mr. Bills, or did you need to go back in with the prosecutor?
I need to go back in with the prosecutor, unfortunately. Thank you.
No, not unfortunately. We'll get you back in there.
Sorry, I feel like I'm holding up the court, but thank you for your patience.
No worries. Ms. Casca, are we ready now with Owens?
Judge, I'm gonna need to, I have one thing. I have to go and drive to get to Detroit, so obviously I can't be on Zoom at the same time. I need to talk with the prosecutor because I've gotten some new information from my client that I didn't have before when I talked with him. And I just want to see if it's something we can resolve here, or if we're gonna have to go and talk about whether or not we're gonna have the preliminary exam. I believe that if it can be resolved here, that would be great. If not, I believe that we're gonna be doing a waiver. But I do have to drive to get to Detroit, and then I can get back on if that's okay with the court.
My only concern is holding the in custodies. So I mean, if you need to get in the car and drive, I understand, I accept it. I just know.
If you can get me back into, right, if you can get me back in the room with the prosecutor very quickly, I think I can get a quick answer.
Let's try.
Thank you.
Why are you in here? No, you sent Mr. Young in here. You have 12 attorneys waiting for you, and I want to get Mr. Campbell and Miss Owens. I'm going to send the officers to help move files. Thank you. No, yeah, if there's, no, you go. Marianne, I can't have Mr. Mohammed running paper.
No.
With 12 attorneys waiting to talk to him. That's... I'm sorry to press you into this service. Oh, what do you need? Three S 436, excuse me, 4S 4361062 SI, State of Michigan versus Nazazada.
Sean McDermott on behalf of Mr. Nazar Zoda.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing. The court has received the plea form from the prosecutor indicating that your client will be pleading responsible to speeding 1 to 5 over in the limited access. Was that your understanding?
That's correct, Judge.
And you have your client's authority to enter that plea.
I do, Judge.
Court accepts the plea of responsible to the amended citation to speeding 1 to 5 over limited access. Fine of $150. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
You get 2 weeks, Judge.
14 days to pay. Anything else?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yep, you too. Take care.
Did you get a chance to speak to Mr. Mohammed, Ms. Casca?
I did, Judge, and they are not, and just so I can just, I know I'm gonna need a mayor record, but just so
No,
my client.
no.
Oh,
240101 FY, State of Michigan versus J.C. Owens.
and good morning, Your Honor. May it please this most honorable court, Nicole Casca, P 55470, on behalf of Ms. Owens. Ms. Owens and I are appearing by Zoom video. She's coming to us from the jail. Ms. Owens, please state your full name for the record, nice and loud.
JC Owens.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Casca. I just wanted to have the record clear. Today was the day and time scheduled for the PCC. How are we proceeding?
Judge, I did try to see if we could resolve this case to have it stay here for Miss Owens with this court. However, the prosecutor's office is not willing to offer any misdemeanor plea at this time for Miss Owens based on other cases that she has pending or have been recently resolved. So at this point, after I did talk with my client that this may be the other option, I believe at this point my client's going to be willing to waive her preliminary exam to have the case be sent over to Frank Murphy, the Wayne County Circuit Court Criminal Division, so that we can resolve it with her other case that is pending there as well.
Thank you. And that's how we're proceeding this morning.
That's correct, Judge.
Ms. Owens, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to your attorney. You understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination where the prosecutor will have to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation with Ms. Casca, it's your understanding and agreement this morning that you'll be waiving your right to have that examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you do so freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to waive the exam?
No.
Ms. Casca, the court has just received a signed agreement from the prosecutor that they have no objection to the waiver. Because you appear by Zoom, there is not a signed waiver form in the file. Do you authorize this court to sign the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
I do, Judge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Owens, the court will now sign the waiver on behalf of yourself, your attorney, and the prosecutor in this matter. As indicated previously, the next step in these proceedings is that you will be bound over for arraignment on the information that will happen at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. That will be next Wednesday, May the 29th at 9 a.m. Ms. Casca, is there anything else on behalf of your client?
Not at this time, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Owens, that will conclude this matter. Your previously entered bond with any of its conditions will continue. Other than that, you're free to go. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Are
no,
you putting your hand up for something, Ms. Owens? Oh, no, you're fine. May 29th, Frank Murphy Hall of Justice at 9 a.m. Ms. Casca, good luck to you on your drive.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Judge. Thank you for letting me jump in line. I appreciate it.
No worries. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. Thank you, Ms. Owens.
Thanks.
Your Honor and Madam Clerk, I have Devin Beach and Markel Fox.
Thank you. Mr. Beach. I know I saw Mr. Bickard.
Mr. Bradford, do you need a breakout room with your client?
Good morning. Yes, with Mr. Campbell, please. Thank you.
Marianne, I'm not leaving. Were you ready with something, Mr. King?
Mr. Jadala is going to need to speak with his client on the Matthews case, but I think we're getting close to being ready there.
Okay.
And then I just need to make some notes and I'll be back. I'm just going to mute myself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Two four zero three six eight FY, State of Michigan versus Ayorendi.
Ready.
Yes. Your appearances, please.
Oh, sorry, Judge. Cody Bradford, Neighborhood Defender Service, P85944. Here on behalf of Ms. Ayorende. Ms. Ayorende, can you state your name, please?
Yes, E.B. Ronke Ayarende.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for the PCC. Mr. Bradford, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Judge. I've talked with Ms. Ayorende about her right to have a preliminary exam and the standard is probable cause. We have negotiated with the prosecutor. I do need some more time. So what we're going to do today is, my understanding, Ms. Ayorende is going to waive her preliminary exam and be bound over to circuit court.
Thank you. Ma'am, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear
Yes.
or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to discuss this matter with your attorney, and you understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter, where the prosecution would have to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you're involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes.
And after having that conversation with Mr. Bradford, you wish to waive your right to have that examination?
Yes.
And ma'am, you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to waive the exam?
No.
Ma'am, you understand that if you waive the exam, the next step in these proceedings is that you will be bound over to circuit court for arraignment on the information.
Yes.
Mr. Bradford, the court has received from the prosecutor a signed indication that they have no objection to the waiver. Because you appear on Zoom, there is not a signed waiver in the file. Do you authorize this court to sign the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Ma'am, the court will find that your waiver of the exam has been freely and voluntarily given. Your attorney has authorized its court to sign the waiver on your behalf and on his behalf. The court will also sign on behalf of the prosecutor, having received written indication that they have no objection to the preliminary examination and this case being waived. That form having now been fully executed, you will be bound over as charged to the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice for an arraignment on the information. That will be 2 weeks from today on June 5th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond with any of his conditions will continue. Mr. Bradford, is there anything else on behalf of your client, sir?
Nothing from defense, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes this matter. You're free to go. Good luck downtown.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
This is 240392 FY, State of Michigan versus Charles Campbell. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning again, Judge. Cody Bradford, Neighborhood Defender Service, P85944, on behalf of Mr. Campbell, who is present from the St. Clair County Jail.
Sir, would you state your name for me, please?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Charles Campbell. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Good morning to you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the probable cause conference. Mr. Bradford, how are we proceeding?
Judge, may we set this for a preliminary exam, please?
Thank you. Is discovery complete, Mr. Bradford?
I believe so, Judge.
Marianne, our next exam date?
June 26th at 1:30.
Oh, wow.
No, you know what, Judge, I'm
Excuse
sorry,
me.
I need to double check that. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct, at 1:30.
June the 26th at 1:30.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I have a CPS case on June 26th. I'm not sure what time it is because I'm in here, but I know for sure it's on the 26th.
Understood, Mr. Campbell. After that, our next date is July the 3rd.
That works for me, Judge, if that's okay with Mr. Campbell.
Judge, I think you are booked that day. Let me double check.
Is there any way I can get in before then?
Judge, you're booked on July the 3rd.
Are you available next week, Mr. Bradford?
On Wednesday, let me see. At the 29th, Judge?
Oh, no, I was gonna see if we could get in that date, but I don't know if that'll be possible.
Okay.
Are we booked on the 3rd, Mary Ann?
One every half hour, Judge.
You said what?
One every half hour, starting at 11:30.
Oh, no, then we could put Mr. Campbell on the 3rd.
The 3rd is fine with me, Judge. What was the time?
That's up to you, Judge.
The first double
11:30.
at 11:30 on July the 3rd.
That works for me, Judge.
Mr. Campbell, I heard you ask if we could do it any sooner. I don't
Yes,
know that
ma'am, I'd
that's
like-
possible. Mr. Bradford, is this the reason why Mr. Campbell's in custody?
I believe so, Judge, but it's my understanding he has posted bond and is just waiting on his tether.
Okay. Mr. Campbell, so long as this case is not the reason why you're in custody, we won't have the case any sooner. It will be on July the 3rd at 11:30 a.m. in person in courtroom number 1, 34th District Court.
July 3rd?
Yes, sir. Anything else, Mr. Bradford, in this matter?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell, good luck to you. I'll see you on July 3rd.
Thank you.
Mr. Jadala, are we ready with Matthews?
Yes, Judge.
240370 SM, State of Michigan versus Matthews. May I have your appearances, please?
And Your Honor, respectfully, Samuel Jadala, P62186. I'm sorry, Mr. King, I didn't see you there.
I'm back. What are we doing? I'm sorry.
You want to take the plea?
Matthews?
Okay, we're doing Matthews. I'm sorry. I was in a breakout room, so I'm kind of lost. Have we called the case?
I did, Mr. King.
I'm so sorry. I was in
Do
a
you
breakout
need a
room
moment,
with
sir?
the victim. No, I was in a breakout room with the victim. I just need to transition and pull the different screen up on my case. Okay, so this is Deval Matthews. This is APA Larry King for the people, P78774. And I will note for the record that the complaining witness was present on Zoom today and has discussed this matter with me.
And Your Honor, Samuel Jadala,
Thank you.
P62186. Mr. Matthews, would you please say your name for the record?
DeVale Matthews.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, the prosecution has made an offer that my client would like to avail himself to. It would be a plea to DV under 7694A, Your Honor, 12 months probation, batterers counseling, and a substance abuse and psych evaluation, no assault of contact. My client would like to avail himself to that plea, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down.
Oswald, the attorney is here with him and says he has a live PCC this morning.
Yeah, no, that's not, it doesn't say, because it's not written in there. If he wants to come in, he can come in. I don't care. If you don't care. No, I don't care. Okay. I'm sorry. Mr. Matthews, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case this morning with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation with Mr. Jadala, is your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty as charged to domestic violence?
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, I understand.
Thank you. And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty, sir, because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Matthews, is it true that on April the 14th, 2024, in the city of Romulus, that you did make an assault or an assault and battery upon Shaquila Matthews, your spouse?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. King?
I was muted. I apologize. People are satisfied, Your Honor.
No worries, Mr. King. Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to domestic violence. As indicated by Mr. Jadala, this plea is being taken pursuant to MCL 769.4A. You will be placed on 12 months of probation. You will engage in batterers counseling. You will have a substance and psychological evaluation and follow any recommendations that result from those evaluations. You will have no assaultive contact with the victim, in this case, Ms. Shaquila Matthews.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, does the court set sentencing out?
I'm sorry.
Does the court
Mr.
set
King, I'm sorry, go
sentencing out?
ahead.
Does the court set sentencing out, or is the court conducting sentencing right now?
I'm sorry?
Does Your Honor set sentencing for another date, or is Your Honor going to conduct the sentencing right now?
Do you want it at a future date?
Well, the complaining witness is present. I mean, typically we would request a later date to allow notification as required under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. However, because the complaining witness is present, I don't object to immediate sentencing. However, I would ask the court to inquire into the complaining witness as to whether or not she wishes to exercise her right to make an impact statement if we're proceeding to sentencing right now.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews?
Yes. Oh.
No, Ms. Matthews. Ms. Matthews, you have a right to be heard before sentence is imposed in this matter. Would you like the opportunity to have this case scheduled at a future date where you can submit a victim impact statement or give a victim impact statement orally, or are you ready to proceed this morning?
No, I'm ready to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Ms. Matthews, is there something you'd like to say this morning?
No.
Mr. King?
Your Honor, I do believe that complies with the requirements of the Crime Victims' Rights Act. I have no allocution as it pertains to sentencing, aside from asking that the court follow the recommendation or the terms of the plea agreement. It's my understanding that substances and alcohol are a major concern, as the complainant has expressed to us. We do ask that you impose those requirements, along with the requirement of batterers counseling.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala, anything on behalf of your client, sir?
And Your Honor, I believe that the court has ordered those, and just wanted to let you know that Mr. Matthews is 30 years old. He is gainfully employed at the Chrysler plant in Toledo, Ohio. He's been there for 10 years. They do share 2 children, ages 1 and 2. He understands the no assault of contact, and he fully intends on meeting all that's been ordered and recommended that he take part in order to fully get the benefits of 76948. He will comply, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, is there anything you'd like to say on your own behalf, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, the court has accepted your plea of guilty as charged to the sole count in this case of domestic violence. As agreed to by and between the parties, you will be placed on 12 months of probation, sir. During that time, again, you will complete batterers counseling. You will submit yourself to substance abuse and psychological evaluations and follow all recommendations that result from those evaluations. You will have no assault of contact with Shaquila Matthews. Sir, you will be responsible for the oversight fees associated with your probation. The court will additionally impose a fine of $500, cost of $200, $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. The court's probation department will be in contact with you to help set up the batterers counseling and make sure you have the evaluations, the substance and the psychological evaluations ordered by the court. Was there anything else this morning, Mr. King?
Nothing further from the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Just wanted to let the court know I do have Mr. Schmitling also that's on the screen whenever the court's ready.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, good luck to you, sir. Again, probation department will be in contact with you.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Your Honor, whenever
Thank
it would be a good time, I do need to speak with Mr. Jadala again in a breakout room regarding his client, Mr. Hess.
Mr. King, you have ability to move around.
Yeah, I'm not a Zoom expert here. I'll message you. I want kind of the tutorial on how to add somebody else to a breakout.
I will find
Mr. Jadala will be there after I get Mr. Schmitling's case called. This is 230967 SM State of Michigan versus Stephen Schmitling.
Your Honor,
Appearances-
respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala standing in for the attorney of record, Mr. Batar, Your Honor. I've had the opportunity to speak with the prosecutor. We are setting this matter for a final pretrial with the victims having to appear, and there's still outstanding discovery that I've talked with the prosecutor that he will be sending Mr. Batar immediately.
Would you state your name for me, please, sir? Thank you.
Your Honor, Mr. Batar was wondering if June 12th would be a good day to have the final pretrial.
Give Marianne a moment to get a time on June the 12th, please.
Yes, Judge.
At 9 o'clock, Judge.
June 12th, 2024 at 9 a.m. That will be on Zoom in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Schmitling, did you verify your address this morning with court staff?
Yes, I did.
Sir, notice of that final pretrial date of June 12th at 9 a.m. will be mailed to you at the address you have on record with the court. If there's nothing else, you're free to go. You have a great afternoon.
Mr. King, I am going to go to my meeting room and hopefully meet you in my meeting room.
Hopefully.
Detective Long, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Honor.
Miss Elijah, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Are you ready with something?
Yes, I'm ready with 2 matters. I'm ready with Erica Rutherford and Markel Fox.
Your Honor, ma'am, this is Deputy Pravanchi. You need Mr. Fox?
I don't mind if we waive his presence, Your Honor.
Oh, switch.
No, thank you, Pravanchi.
Oh, you don't need him? Okay.
No, no, sir. Two 40382 FY, State of Michigan versus Fox.
Good morning to this honorable court and your staff. Emily Elijah, P85039 on behalf of Mr. Fox. Mr. Fox is in custody. I see he just took a seat. Mr. Fox, please introduce yourself to the court.
How you doing, Your Honor? My name is Marquel Dion Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Ms. Elijah, how are we proceeding?
I'd ask to set this for a preliminary exam, Your Honor. I am in Romulus next week on Wednesday for an exam already. I'd ask to set this for that date because I am taking some time off in June. And so if we don't set it, I'm going to have some problems.
Is discovery complete, Ms. Elijah?
No, Your Honor, I don't have body camera video, but Mr. Mohammed did indicate that he's emailed the OIC this morning.
Miss Elijah, the issue is that I rotate off of criminal. This is my last week on criminal until June the 26th. Is Mr. Fox only in custody because of this case?
No, Your Honor, he actually has a personal bond on this case, I believe, and he has a personal bond on all his criminal matters. I believe there's an ordinance violation holding him up, and maybe some other. I was just looking at the jail website trying to figure this out.
We would actually be scheduling this exam for July the 3rd at noon.
I would, if it's possible, Your Honor, I would rather get this done. Mr. Fox has other criminal matters that are before Judge Sharice
And Ms.
Anderson.
Elijah, I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off because it'll take a moment. Because you're here next week, we can see if Judge Oakley has space to allow this courtroom to schedule an exam on his docket for next week. It'll be with me in courtroom number 1, but it would be, we need to just make sure that that's acceptable to him, to Judge Oakley and his staff. Let me see if we can get Heather.
I thank the court for making these accommodations for me, and I understand if it's not possible.
We'll try. Heather?
It's Judge, it's next week at 1 o'clock.
My last one's at 12:30, so 1 should be good.
And Madam Clerk, and to this honorable court, I'm also hoping to do the same thing with Ms. Rutherford because I'm trying to take so much time off in June that I probably won't be available other than that.
Is Ms. Rutherford in custody, ma'am?
No, Your Honor, she's out of custody. I'd also ask to waive her appearance. I'm texting with her.
Respectfully, Ms. Elijah, this is a favor to Judge Oakley will allow us to use some of his time. And this court actually has another docket that could potentially cause a conflict. I don't want to schedule too many things on another judge's hearing date. My concern for Mr. Fox is that he is in custody, although you're indicating that this personal bond in this case, I don't necessarily want to schedule more on that docket. I'm sorry. So for the Fox matter, we're scheduling the exam for next Wednesday, May the 29th at 1 p.m.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
That's here in courtroom number 1, Mr. Fox.
Yes.
Is there anything else in this case, Miss Elijah?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary?
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am.
Ms. Elijah.
Yes, Mr. Fox, I'll come see you later because we don't want to talk right here. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did he take your file to the prosecutor?
The prosecutor said he emailed it to your clerk, and then your officer said he couldn't find it. Maybe he's got it now.
Here he is right now. 240299 FY, State of Michigan versus Erica Rutherford.
Am I done?
I'm sorry, Mr. Fox. Did you need something?
Am I done?
Then you're free to go, sir. Have a good day.
And good morning, Emily Elijah, P85039 on behalf of Ms. Rutherford. I would ask the court to waive her presence for this PCC. I've been texting her with this morning and have good communication with her, but she's having some technical difficulties.
She's having technical difficulties?
Yes, I'm not sure exactly what it is. I think it's, she's indicated to me that her phone or tablet is not working.
Miss Elijah, I'm just,
Oh, sorry, Judge, did you call my case?
no, Mr. Davis, I will next. Give me a moment.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're fine. My concern, Miss Elijah, is I was looking at the notes from Judge Oakley from the last appearance, and I could not tell if your client was present then.
I'm not sure, and I don't remember, Your Honor. If you want to set this aside, I'll try and do some more troubleshooting with Ms. Rutherford so she can appear.
No, I'm not gonna pass the matter. We're getting in the weeds in terms of our time this morning. I want to get moving forward. I just received an indication from our staff that it would be okay to schedule this exam for next week. So if you still want to do Ms. Rutherford's exam on the 29th at 1, we'll schedule them both at 1 p.m.
That's fine with me, Your Honor.
Was discovery complete?
For Ms. Rutherford, no, but Mr. Mohammed has sent me an email about why that was not completed. It's the body cam was not retained, so I don't have anything else to receive.
Live exam next Wednesday, May 29th at 1 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for indulging my scheduling problems this week. I appreciate it.
No worries. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
What happened with?
Mohammed says he emailed it to Mary Ann. Mary Ann says, twice we've told him she didn't get it.
Did you give me back the file?
No.
Okay, that's part of the problem.
I have it.
Okay, and now we have another one in here. Mr. Jadala, what are you ready with, sir? You're muted.
Your Honor, we're ready on Mr. Hessian.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Hessian, Hession.
Thank you. This is 240384SM, State of Michigan versus Jason Hessen. State your names for the record, please.
Jason Hessen.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala, P62186. Your Honor, I know Mr. King, Prosecutor King, left the chat that he had to leave for a minute, but at this time, there has been an offer made to a plea under 7694A for 12 months, batterers counseling, substance abuse evaluation, and absolutely no contact with the victim, Mrs. Nicole Buska, who is here today, and I believe she has been here. My client would like to avail himself to that plea.
Thank you. Mr. Hessen, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Mr. Jadala, before I inquire of your client, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the public safety department investigating this matter. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the public safety department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled. That disclosure having been made, are we prepared to proceed with the plea?
We are prepared to proceed, Your Honor, and we waive all conflicts for this hearing and all future hearings today.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Hessen, did you swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth in this matter?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Jadala this morning, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, I do.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be pleading guilty as charged to domestic violence.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
I am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
I have not.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
I am.
Sir, is it true that on April 22nd, 2024 in Van Buren Township that you made an assault or assault and battery upon Nicole Bushka, your spouse?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. King?
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, I had placed in the chat that I needed to step away. APA Larry King for the people, P78774. And I would note that the completing witness is present on Zoom. Your Honor, I am satisfied with the factual basis. However, I did miss when the court or Mr. Jadala stated forth the terms of the plea agreement. Can the court please confirm that with me so that I can verify its accuracy?
I'm sorry, Mr. King. The indication from Mr. Jadala was that this would be taken pursuant to MCL 769.4A, that Mr. Hessen would submit himself to psychological and substance abuse evaluations, that he would have 12 months of probation with veterans counseling.
And absolutely no contact.
Absolutely no
Absolutely no
contact
contact
with
with
the
the complainant.
witness. And Mr. Jadala and I did discuss requirement of random drug and alcohol testing, I believe, as well.
Mr. Jadala, was that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, that is, so with that added caveat, people are agree that that is the correct recitation of the plea agreement.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala, are you satisfied?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. The court accepts your plea of guilty as charged with domestic violence. Mr. King, you've indicated that the complainant is here.
Yes, Your
Ms.
Honor, the
Bushka?
complaining witness is present. If the court wishes to proceed to immediate sentencing, I would ask that they inquire of the complaining witness whether she waives her right to notice under the Crime Victims' Rights Act and whether she wishes to make a statement. And I do have a brief allocution when the court is ready.
Thank you.
And Your Honor,
I'm
I am
sorry.
asking for.
She's
I
in the
am asking-
breakout room. Give me one moment. I'm sorry, Mr. Jadala?
I said I will be asking for immediate sentencing, so if we could do that, that'd be great.
Thank you. Ms. Buska?
Yes, ma'am.
The plea has been taken in this matter for Mr. Hessen. He's pled guilty as charged. The court's question to you is, are you waiving your right to have notice of a future sentencing date? Are you ready to proceed this morning, or would you like the court to schedule this matter at another date for you to make a victim's impact statement?
I would like, Amber, I'm sorry, ma'am. I would, can you go back with that again? I'm so sorry. I apologize.
No, you're fine. I didn't realize that you were not in this main session. Mr. Hessen has pled guilty as charged to domestic violence. You, as the complaining victim in this case, have an absolute right to appear either virtually or in person to make a victim's impact statement. Typically, if the sentence does not happen the day of the plea, notice will be mailed to you of the date and time to appear for sentencing. My question to you is, are you prepared to give a statement this morning and waive your right to give that notice? Or would you prefer the court to schedule this matter for sentencing at a future date where you may appear and give, either virtually or in person, and give your victim impact statement?
On a future day.
At a future date?
Yes, ma'am.
Then, Mr. Hessen, the court accepts your plea. The court will make note of the terms provided by Mr. Jadala and confirmed by Mr. King. And the court's probation department will send notice to both Mr. Hessen and Ms. Buska with the sentencing date. Sir, in the interim, your bond continues, most specifically that you have no contact with the complaining victim in this case. And sir, no contact means no contact. No direct contact, no contact through social media, no contact with third persons. If the court receives reports that you made efforts to be in contact or communication with her before this matter is sentenced, the court could view it as a violation of the terms of your continuing bond, your bond could be revoked and you could remain in custody, you could be placed in custody until such time as sentence is imposed. Do you understand?
I understand, Your Honor.
Thank you. The court will get the probation department to send notice of the sentencing date to both parties. Is there anything else, Mr. King?
Your Honor, can you please be sure that that is sent to APA Mandranak? She'll be back for the sentencing, and then we will also be able to make sure that the victim is aware of the date. Further, Your Honor, I would like the court to reiterate to the defendant exactly what the terms of the no contact order are. There was some allegations that late in the month of April, after being arraigned, there was some activity which violated that. It's not anything that I'm going to make a motion on today, but it's concerning. So if the court could please reiterate to the defendant exactly what no contact means and the potential consequences for violating it, the people would very much appreciate that.
Thank you. Mr. King, what the court just placed on the record, and I note that someone else arraigned your client, but what I just placed on the record so that Mr. Hessen was crystal clear is that no contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact to third parties, no contact through social media. That should this court receive reports that he's made efforts to be in contact or communication with the victim, in this case, it could be viewed as a violation of the terms of his ongoing bond. His bond could be revoked and he could be placed in custody until such time as sentence is imposed. Is that sufficient to allay your concerns, Mr. King?
Yes, it is, Judge. I appreciate the court doing that. Thank you very much.
No worries. That concludes this matter, sir. You're free to go. I will see you at the sentencing that is scheduled by the probation department. Have a
Your
good
Honor,
day.
I just asked that all sentencing information be sent to the attorney of record, Mr. Bitar.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Judge. Yeah, thank you. Forrest, I'm sorry. I have. You put Oswald in there and I'll do GFL in just a second. I'll do Oswald and GFL, but first is Forrest 433-7476, State of Michigan versus Ali Abbas. Unmute yourself, state your name for me, sir. Thank you.
Hello?
State your name for me.
Ali Abbas.
Sir, the way court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sir, the court has received a form that indicates that this matter is being dismissed. Do you have any objection to the case being dismissed?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Case is dismissed. You're free to go. You have a good afternoon. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, what were you ready with, sir? I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have two matters this morning. Hilsabeck and Pitney. Did you hear the two that I have, Judge?
Did you say, I'm sorry, did you say Hasselbeck?
Hilsabeck. Shannon Hilsabeck. And Justin.
Let's start
Pitney.
with the easy one. 24RP01463 SM, State of Michigan versus Justin Pitney.
Good morning, Your Honor. Maurice Davis, P 76203, appearing with Justin Pitney, who's present via Zoom.
Sir, would you state your name for me, please?
Justin Pitney. Justin Pitney.
Thank you. Today was the day and time, you're good. Today was the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial on this matter. How are we proceeding, Mr. Davis?
After reaching an agreement whereas Mr. Pitney is prepared to enter a plea of responsible to the amended charge of improper tow trailer, it's a civil infraction.
Mr. Pitney, you have the opportunity to discuss this matter with Mr. Davis.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of responsible this morning to the added count of improper tow and the original charge of oil or gas waste would be dismissed.
Yes.
Court accepts the plea of responsible to the added charge of improper tow and will dismiss the original misdemeanor in this matter. Court will impose a fine of $200. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, ma'am.
Anything else, Mr. Davis?
Nothing else, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Pitney, you can pay in person or you can pay online. You have a good day. You're free to go.
Okay.
Thank you. This is 240400 ST, State of Michigan versus Shannon Hilsaback. May I have your appearances, please?
I am Maurice Davis, appearing with Shannon Hilsaback, who's present via Zoom. Mr. Hilsaback, what's your name?
Hello, my name is Shannon Hilsaback.
Thank you. Today's the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Davis, how are we proceeding?
I'll wait for Marie to plea of stand mute. Asking court to set another pretrial date for discovery.
Sir, the court setting your bond at $1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until such time as this matter is resolved in its entirety. Mr. Davis, the court will make a note in the file that discovery has been requested and the adjourned pretrial date will be
May 29th at 10:30.
May 29th at 10:30. That will be in person in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Is there anything else, Mr. Davis?
Is there another Zoom date that you have available?
If the issue is appearing in person, Mr. Davis, you need only submit a request to Judge Oakley's office and ask to appear on Zoom. The next the next Zoom date would be June the 12th.
June 12th. Because the prosecutor is trying to get digital discoveries. I don't know if a week would give him enough time. He has to reach out to his OIC. So the June 12th date may work better for him to secure that digital discovery.
Mohammed on behalf of the people, PA 771.
Doing all right.
Yeah,
How are you?
so paper discovery was set. However, there's no digital up for this case. So we were just requesting a brief adjournment to get that.
Mr. Davis?
Okay, either day is fine, Judge.
I'm sorry. Nope, I can't hear you. You just had an echo, Mr. Davis.
I said either date is fine.
Next Wednesday at 10:30. Again, if you want to appear on Zoom, submit a request to Judge Oakley's office. If there's nothing else, Mr. Hilsaback, you're free to go. You have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hey, would you have somebody send back in the Pitney file for me, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
And real quick, for Cia Hills, it was a final pre-trial. I've had the victim for like an hour and a half. Is it possible we can KPS on that so they can leave?
Where is she?
The victim?
Yes.
Oh, they're in the back. Should I grab her?
No, she can go.
Oh.
240399 SM State of Michigan versus Santia Hill. This case was scheduled as a final pretrial at 9 a.m. It's now 10:27 by this court's clock. Mr. Mohammed, the APA has indicated that the complainant is in the hallway. The court has seen the person in the hallway. Defendant having failed to appear, Hill. 5,000, 10%. Anything else, Mr. Mohammed? Thank you. 240143 FD, State of Michigan versus Wayne Oswald.
Judge Martin, Leo Bryan, on behalf of Mr. Oswald, discussed the matter at length with him. We received all discovery. I spoke with the prosecutor. My client understands he's right there at the trial. Like you were a jury, the prosecutors agreed to dismiss the original charges in exchange for pleas of guilty to the count of OWI second misdemeanor and then open container of alcohol vehicle.
I'm sorry. And the open container of alcohol, what, sir?
90 misdemeanor.
Thank you. Could you state your name for me, please?
Wayne A. Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Would you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. O'Brien, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering pleas of guilty this morning to operating while intoxicated, second offense, and open intoxicants in vehicle.
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And Mr. Oswald, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on February 27, 2024 in Sumter Township, you operated a motor vehicle upon a highway, that being Willow Road and Haggerty Road, while having a blood alcohol content of 0.08 grams or more per 210 liters of breath and or under the influence of alcoholic liquor?
Yes.
And sir, this is your second offense of that charge.
Yes.
Sir, is it also true on that same date, time, and location, you were operating a motor vehicle with alcoholic liquor in a container that was open, uncapped, and unsealed in that same vehicle?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien, would you like to inquire further of your client? Thank you. Mr. Oswald, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while intoxicated, second offense, and open intoxicant vehicle. Because the allegations that you were operating a motor vehicle while intoxicated, the court will refer the matter to the probation department. They will interview you. There will be forms for you to complete. They'll develop a sentence recommendation, schedule you to come back to this courtroom for sentence to be imposed, okay?
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. O'Brien?
Other than you have a good holiday weekend.
You too, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Have a good day.
Thank you. As far as sentencing, no, we'll get some.
They'll send notice in the mail to you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Should be good. Should be great.
Two, 40418 FY, State of Michigan versus Wayne Bills.
Good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMott Grady, P83667, on behalf of Mr. Wayne Bales, who joins us via Zoom. Mr. Bales, can you please unmute yourself and state your name for the court?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, sir.
My name is Wayne Bales.
Your Honor, at this point, we're asking for an adjourned PCC so we can have time to review discovery.
How long of an adjournment, Mr. McGrady?
Your Honor, is the court available? I'm just pulling up my calendar. On the 5th of June?
Every Wednesday, ma'am.
Let's do the 5th of June then, please.
9:45, Judge.
June 5th, 2024 at 9:45 a.m. That's in person in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Anything else, Mr. McGrady?
Nothing else on Mr. Bales' case.
Thank you. Mr. Bales, you're free to go. You have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am. You too. Have a good day, Ms. Smart. Great.
And Your Honor, may I have a breakout room with Miss Jada Smith as well as Mr. Schillinger?
Absolutely.
Thank
This
you.
is 24L026795OI, State of Michigan versus GFL.
Good morning, Judge Martin.
Good morning. How dare you be in person?
I know, and I respect your indulgence in being in person, but I'm trying to get us some of these overweights resolved with the clerk's office so we can move forward on some of these things and not keep getting the calls.
Really?
It's a timing, it's purely a timing issue from my client to me to the deadline that the court sets. It just happens automatically. It's not like the clerk's doing it. So on day 16, all of a sudden to the faults. I'm trying to resolve all of this. So thank you for letting me be here.
No worries. Mr. Mohammed wrote on this citation that the plea is responsible to the overweight with a reduction in the fine to $1,547 with a pay date of June 30th. Was that your understanding?
That is correct. Judge.
Okay.
I have the authority to do that on behalf of GFL Environmental, and I'm responsible on behalf of my client.
Thank you. Accept the plea of responsible on behalf of your client. Impose the fine of $1,547 due by June the 30th. Was there anything else?
I hope we can do this again.
Have a good day, sir. Thank you. Mr. Bickert, what are you ready with, sir?
Yeah, and I have Mr. Devin Beach, and unless he's in
He
the
was
jail,
here.
yeah, huh?
He was here with the jail.
I've been here, Your Honor.
I know. I've seen you, and Mr. Beach was here because Pravanchi switched him out for Fox.
I'll send, I'll get a hold of the jail.
Mr. Bickert, were you discussed the cases with Mr. Mohammed?
Well, briefly, Your Honor, but I needed to speak with Mr. Beach, and at the time we didn't know whether we had Mr. Beach or not.
Did you have something else this morning, Mr. Bickert? You have something else with this court?
No, Your Honor, not as of now. We just Mr. Beach. So when he comes, if you can just throw me in the breakout room.
I'm sorry, if you could sit tight, Mary Ann's calling to see if she can get him back on. If the jail is able to log back on, we'll get you into a breakout room with him.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
They had to disconnect. They're backed up with other courts, and they'll get on as soon as they can.
Thank you.
I understand, Your Honor.
Thank you.
But I wouldn't,
Officer Otter, how may I help you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here for a domestic violence case.
Who's the defendant?
Sorry, if you don't mind. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up that paperwork for you. The defendant would be Mediva Raquel Cato.
I'm sorry, you have to help me. Spell that last name for me, please.
Kato.
Cato, okay. I'm Officer Otter. I'm just looking to see if that person has logged on.
all right.
They are here. They're in with their attorney, so sit tight for me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Calabat, thank you, sir. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well, Your Honor. How are you doing?
I am super.
Good. Good to hear. Great.
I saw your client has been here.
Yep.
Ever so patient. Were you
Thank you.
ready?
Your Honor, I am ready. I just spoke to the prosecutor on Sergio Hernandez, and we've adjourned this a few times. I just need one more 2-week adjournment. We pretty much are at a point where we're going to resolve it. Okay.
Let me just call it
Okay.
3S4287485ST, State of Michigan versus Hernandez Gonzalez. Your appearances.
Dan Calabat appearing on behalf of Sergio Hernandez Gonzalez.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Sergio Hernandez Gonzalez.
Thank you. Mr. Calabat, you were starting to say an adjournment's in order.
Yeah, just one more, Your Honor, for 2 weeks, and we should have it resolved by then.
2 weeks puts us on June the 5th.
That's fine.
10 o'clock?
10 o'clock by Zoom?
At 10 a.m. No, sir, that's in person in number 2 with Judge Oakley.
Okay, no
If you want to
problem.
appear by Zoom, sir, you need to submit a request to his office to appear by Zoom.
Will do. Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Nope, Your Honor, that's it.
Have a good day. Thank
You
you
too.
for your
Thank you.
patience, Mr. Hernandez Gonzalez.
No problem. Thank you.
Were you expecting Ms. Smith and Mr. Schillinger to come right back out?
Yes, I actually was not put in a room with Mr. Schillinger, but I am. Ms. Smith we're going to be asking to adjourn her the probable cause conference.
Oh, he's in that room.
In there.
I didn't. Okay, can I be put back in there? Because there was only one other participant that I saw, obviously.
Okay.
It's breakout room 12, Mr. McCready.
Yeah, well, I just kind of want, if everybody's.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Were we ready on TKMS?
Sorry, Your Honor, yes.
I haven't received the write-ups from the prosecutor just yet.
Okay, he's just finishing up with them, so I can wait till he brings them into you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be right back with you.
Okay.
Mary Ann?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Is Mr. King with us today?
Yes, he is. Yep.
Jeffrey,
guess
I'm
he-
right here.
I guess he's been looking for me.
Oh, Jeffrey, I'll put us in a breakout room.
Thank you, sir.
I'm gonna try this myself, Marianne.
Thank you, Larry. Mr. Bickert?
Yes.
Hi, your client is back. Mr. Beach is back. I'm gonna put you in a breakout room.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, deputy.
Yes, ma'am.
TKMS?
Ms. Hamlet, touch that here. TKMS.
I do. Mr. Leavitt's here, and then your office has the Pitney file.
Pitney.
Yep,
Pitney.
it's a actually white paper file. Thank you.
TKMS is the ticket.
It's a ticket. It's a couple of tickets. Are we ready with Ms. Smith?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
This is 240424 FY, State of Michigan versus Jada Smith, your appearance.
Good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMott Grady, P83667, on behalf of Miss Jada Smith, who joins us via Zoom. Ms. Smith, please unmute yourself and state your name.
Jada Smith.
Your Honor, at this point,
Thank you.
I apologize.
What?
We're requesting digital discovery, and I've let the prosecutor know that, and we're asking to adjourn the preliminary exam, the probable cause conference for 2 weeks.
June 5th at
10 o'clock.
10 a.m. That's in person in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Was there anything else in this matter, Ms. Demott Grady?
No, Your Honor, nothing else.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, your next appearance date is June the 5th at 10 a.m. in person in courtroom number 2. Notice of the new date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff. If there's nothing else, ma'am, you're free to go. You have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, on Mr. Schillinger's case, I'm not sure if he's able to move himself out of the breakout room. Is the court able to bring him back? Or?
Yep, I will bring him back.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is 240383 SM, State of Michigan versus Cato. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Rajadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Ms. Cato for Attorney Dan Batar. Ms. Cato, would you please say your name?
Maribel Cato.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the final pretrial in this matter.
Your Honor, I've had the opportunity to speak with the prosecutor. He has confirmed for me that the complaining witness has failed to appear. They did make contact and she does not want to proceed. She has not appeared today, so we just asked for dismissal in this matter.
This case having been scheduled at 9 a.m., it being 10:49, I'm sorry, case having been scheduled at 10 a.m., it now being 10:49 a.m. by the court's clock. The complainant having failed to appear, defense motion to dismiss will be granted. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further on Ms. Cato, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Cato, you're free to go. Have a good day.
You as well.
And we're
Thank
also
you.
ready on Hamlet when the court is ready.
Give me one moment, Mr. Jadala.
Absolutely, Judge.
Sir?
Got TKNS, you got Pitney, and you got another one here, Dan's Transit, I believe.
Thank you.
Why do you have the patent file?
BATIN.
BATA.
There's 2 of them. Thank you.
Thanks.
This is 1S3980277 AST, State of Michigan versus Tatiana Hamlet. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Rajadala, P62186, appearing on Ms. Hamlet. Ms. Hamlet, please say your name.
Tatiana Ham.
Your Honor, at
Thank
this
you.
time-
Today is the day. Go ahead, Mr. Jadala.
I apologize. For purposes of arraignment, we waive formal reading and stand mute. At this time, Ms. Hamlet is prepared to plead to 1 count of failing to display her license.
Thank you. Ms. Hamlet, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. Ms. Hamlet, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
I do.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to the added count of failing to display a valid license.
Yes.
And ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
I am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
I have not.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on November 13, 2021, Michigan State Police found you in Van Buren Township and you failed to display a valid license after being asked to do so by law enforcement.
Yeah, I didn't have the license on.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Hamlet, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the failure to display and will impose the following: a fine of $100, cost of $100, $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee, $50 show cause fee, $50 bench warrant fee, and $15 administrative fee. That's $460. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
I do. And I was wondering if there were any payment arrangements I could get set on it.
Absolutely. Ma'am, what you need to do in the next 5 days is contact the court's collection department. You can do that by coming in person and speaking to court staff. You may call and speak to the collections department, or you can go onto the website, the court's website. There's a contact us button. If you click on that, it'll drop down and you can submit a request for a payment plan that way. They will be able to set a payment plan for you and apply the bond that's been posted. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hamlet, you're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
What happened to Mr. Schillinger?
Your Honor, he's still on Zoom, or at least I can see him.
These are 24L023281 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus TKMS. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Levitt, P45336. I represent TKMS.
Thank you, Mr. Levitt. The court has received an indication from the prosecutor that you'll be tendering pleas of responsible on behalf of your client to the overweight with a fine of $2,752.40 and defective equipment with a fine of $100, and that those fines will be paid within 30 days. Was that your understanding and agreement?
It is, Your Honor, and I do have full authority to enter pleas of responsibility on behalf of my client.
Thank you, sir. The court accepts your pleas of responsible to overweight and defective equipment on behalf of your client will impose fines totaling $2,852.40 with 30 days to pay. Is there anything else this morning?
Not on that case, Your Honor, but I do have one other case. And that
That
is
concludes that case. Let's get the next case of two four L023290OI, State of Michigan versus Davis Transport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Levitt. I represent Davis Transport this morning, P45336. I've also discussed this matter with the prosecutor and we have a resolution.
Thank you. The court has received from the prosecutor an indication that you have the authority to plead responsible for your client on the overweight with a fine of $1,227 to be paid within 30 days. Was that your understanding?
It is, Your Honor, and I do have full authority on behalf of my client to enter that plea of responsibility. One note, Your Honor, the court has my client's name is Davis Transport. It should be Danny's, DANI''S.
Thank you. I've written a request to amend the name. It appears on the citation that it is in fact written properly. But in any event, sir, the court accepts the plea of responsible on behalf of your client to the overweight with a fine of $1,227 that will be paid within 30 days. Is there anything else in this matter, sir?
No, Your Honor. Thank you so much today.
No worries. You have a good day, sir.
You too.
Thank you. This is 240298FY, State of Michigan versus Steven Schillinger. May I have your appearances, please? Ms. Demott Grady? I see Mr. Powers. I assume that you would be coming forth with.
Yes, good morning,
These
Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. This is 24L026797 A, B, and C. 297. The court has received from the prosecutor on this case of State of Michigan versus Waste Management an indication that you have the authority to plead responsible on behalf of your client to overweight with a fine of $4,298, spillage $150, and the defective equipment would be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court accepts the pleas of responsible to the overweight and spillage and dismiss the defective equipment, imposing total fines and costs of $4,448.
May we have 30 days, Your Honor?
30 days.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then there. Mm-mm. 97. 99. 24L026799, State of Michigan versus Waste Management. Similarly, Mr. Powers, the court has received an indication from the prosecutor that you have the authority to plead responsible to the overweight on behalf of your client with a fine of $3,528. Was that your understanding?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Same 30 days, sir?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Back on the record in 240298 FY, State of Michigan versus Schillinger. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMock-Grady, P83667, on behalf of Mr. Steven Schillinger, who joins us from MDOC. Mr. Schillinger, please state your name.
Steven Schillinger.
Thank you. Today was the day and time set for the arraignment and PCC in this matter. The case had been in warrant status. The court recalls the warrant. Mr. DeMock-Grady, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're requesting to set a preliminary examination 2 weeks from today on June 5th.
Mr. DeMock-Grady, this courtroom rotates off of criminal effective today. June 5th is actually Judge Oakley. We do not schedule exams on behalf of other judges. If you give us a moment, we'll contact Heather and see if it's possible to schedule.
Thank you.
Oh, Marianne. We have landlord tenants all that day. If Heather has the possibility of scheduling an exam on the 5th.
Judge, do you want me to get a hold of Heather?
Would you please?
Yep. Let me look at her.
This is the day we have landlord tenant at 9, 10, 11, 1, and 2.
Oh, yeah.
So she has space and it's acceptable to Judge Oakley. Will shoehorn an exam.
What time are you thinking?
Whatever their schedule allows, because it's his docket. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMock-Grady, do you have some scheduling limitations on the 12th?
No, Your Honor, I can make
On the
myself
5th,
available.
I'm sorry, the 5th.
I'm pretty flexible on the 5th, so.
Thank you. We'll pass this matter momentarily to figure out if that's possible to get scheduled on that date and time. Mr. Bickert, were you ready with Mr. Beach?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's get him out of the breakout room.
No, Judge.
Yes. Mr. DeMock-Grady, I received an indication that that's not possible.
Okay,
if you want to. I was going to suggest if you adjourn the PCC, this court wouldn't have availability to do exams until July 3rd. If you want to adjourn the PCC for 1 week and and appear on Judge Oakley's docket, he may be able to schedule you on the 5th. I don't know. I just know that I can't.
Yeah, understood. So will Oakley be on the docket on the 29th, you're saying?
Correct.
So yes, let's adjourn the PCC for 1 week and then we can see if we can fit a time in June.
10:45.
10:45 on May the 29th. I'm sorry, we didn't set bond in this matter. Any comment as to bond, Mr. McGrady?
Your Honor, Mr. Schillinger is currently in MDOC serving or waiting on a parole result of a parole issue. So we're asking, a low cash bond to be set.
The bond that was requested was in the file from Romulus Police is dated November 13, 2023, and request bond at 10,000, 10%.
Your Honor, at this point, that's fine. And if, the parole stuff changes, I will address that with the court.
10,000, 10%. Otherwise, the PCC is adjourned to May the 29th at 10:45 a.m. in number 2, because he is in custody. That will be on Zoom. Is there anything else, ma'am?
Your Honor, if I just may have a breakout room with him again, but nothing else.
Absolutely. Mary Ann will get you moved back into a breakout room with him.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too, ma'am. Thank you. Did you need the file or you just let me know he was here in person? Thank you. You already told the prosecutor?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You want me to have him come in or no?
I don't know what they're doing with the formal. Find out what he's doing. If we're going to have a hearing, then I'll have him come in. Thank you. These are 240125, 230732, 240436, and 240437. These are all FY files, State of Michigan versus Devon Beach. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Devon Beach here.
May it please court, Your Honor, Tyrone Bickert appearing on behalf of Mr. Beach on all matters. And as to that, Your Honor, I believe the court called 3 matters. I have Mr. Beach down for having 4, but there was some discussion about that. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
I called 4, there are 4.
I apologize, Your Honor. Okay, I'm sorry. Appearing on all
You're
matters.
fine. How are we proceeding, Mr. Bickert?
Your Honor, we respectfully request an exam on all the matters. I anticipate on that date, we may not need to hold all 4 of them, Your Honor, but I would ask that they all be set for exam.
This course next exam date would be July the 3rd at 1 p.m.
Judge,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mary Ann.
you already have a few on at 1 o'clock.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then what time on the 3rd?
You are, that's the date that you're gonna start, you started to double up.
Yeah, and I have an exam set for that afternoon
Yeah.
with you.
Open it, you have something on June 26th at 1:30.
Oh, June the 26th at 1:30?
Correct.
Mr. Bickert?
You know, I was looking at, I have one of your afternoon exams that afternoon on the 3rd. I can do the 26th. So I guess it's up to the court. I prefer to set them together on the 3rd. I have Mr. Grissom on the 3rd there with Your Honor.
I don't have the schedule, Mr. Bickert. Mary Ann does. So if the 3rd might already be heavy. So
Yeah.
if you have no objection to the 20, go ahead, Mary Ann.
I'm sorry, I'm pulling it up to see what time Grissom is.
It's 1:30. I have it set as 1:30, but again, I could be wrong.
Judge, am I done? Can I be excused? I mean, if you want me to hang out,
Don't
I
ask
will.
my permission to do anything else, Heather, but thank you for your help this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, it is at 1:30, but you are pretty stacked on that day.
June 26th, Mr. Bickert and Mr. Beach at 1:30 for all 4 matters.
Okay.
Is there any morning
Anything
times,
else,
Your Honor?
Mr. Bickert?
Are there
I'm
any
sorry?
morning times? Are there any morning times at all?
Not for exams.
Okay, Your Honor. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bickert. Mr.
Thank you,
Beach,
Doc.
I'll see you on June the 26th at 1:30 PM.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor. All the best to you and your staff.
You too. Two four L 23287. State of Michigan versus Waste Management. Mr. Powers, the court has received a signed indication from the prosecutor's office that you have the authority to enter a plea of responsible on behalf of your client to the overweight with a reduced fine of $3,371. Was that your understanding, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
With
Would
30
again
days,
request
sir?
30 days. Yes, yes, please.
30 days, responsible to overweight $3,371. There is 24L023291 A, B, and C, State of Michigan versus Waste Management. Mr. Powers, the court has received a signed indication from the prosecutor that you have authority from your client to plead responsible to overweight with a fine of $2,711, responsible to an equipment violation, the fine of $200, and dismissal of the C file, C citation, equipment out of service. Was that your understanding, sir?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of responsible on behalf of your client to the overweight $2,711 and the equipment violation $200, total of $2,911 with 30 days to pay. Anything else in this case, Mr. Powers?
Not in that case, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 24L023282 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Waste Management. Mr. Powers, the court has received a signed indication from the prosecutor that you have authority to plead responsible on behalf of your client to the overweight with a fine of $2,506 and to the spillage with a fine of $75. Was that your understanding and agreement?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of responsible on behalf of your client as indicated. 30 days to pay, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Two four L023288 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Waste Management. Mr. Powers, the court has received from the prosecutor a signed indication that you have the authority to plead responsible on behalf of your client to overweight with a fine of $1,365 and equipment violation $100. Was that your understanding and agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your pleas of responsible on behalf of your client as indicated with a total fine of $1,465, 30 days to pay. Two four L023283 A, B, and C. These are State of Michigan versus Waste Management. Mr. Powers, the court has received from the prosecutor a signed indication that you have the authority to plead responsible on behalf of your client to overweight with a fine of $5,138, dismissal of the spillage, and responsible to the hydraulic leak with a fine of $100. Was that your understanding and agreement, sir?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of responsible on behalf of your client as indicated. Total fines of $5,238, 30 days to pay. 24L023285 B, and C. These are State of Michigan versus Waste Management. The court has received from the prosecutor signed indication that you have the authority to plead responsible on behalf of your client to the overweight with a fine of $3,941, dismissal of the spillage, and responsible to defective equipment with a fine of $200. Was that your understanding and agreement, Mr. Powers?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your pleas of responsible on behalf of your client as indicated. Total fines in this matter are $4,141, 30 days to pay, Mr. Powers.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe that concludes your docket with this court this morning. Is that your understanding, Mr. Powers?
Yes, Your Honor. I appreciate your professionalism. I thank you.
Have a good day. Good to see you.
All right. Take care. Bye.
We got priority waste here, and would you have priority logistics in there?
Mr. Bowditch, are you ready with something?
Yes, Your Honor. Andrew Jacobson, I believe at 9:45 scheduled.
One of mine, Judge.
This is 240355 SM, State of Michigan versus Andrew Jacobson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, APA Larry King for the people, P 78774.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch, 45367, appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Jacobson. With my thanks to Mr. King, we do have an executed plea agreement subject to court approval. In that agreement, Mr. Jacobson would be pleading guilty to the charge of domestic violence, with the understanding the matter would be taken under 769 for a period of 12 months. In those 12 months, prosecutor is requesting, Mr. Jacobson has agreed to a psych evaluation, an alcohol evaluation, and to comply with their wishes. He's to attend batterers counseling. He understands he's had no contact with the victim in this matter, and no drinking will be ordered.
Along with random alcohol testing. And with that addition, that is my understanding. Now, the people would request it be a substance abuse evaluation writ large that would cover alcohol and anything else, not just the alcohol evaluation. But with that little correction, that is an accurate statement of the offer. And I will note the complaining witness is present. She was consulted and is in agreement with the 7694A offer.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobson, turn your video on, unmute yourself and state your name for me, please, sir.
Andrew Jacobson.
Thank you. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down, sir. You have the opportunity to speak to Mr. Bowditch this morning, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, is it your understanding and agreement that you'll be pleading guilty as charged to domestic violence?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Jacobson, is it true that on April 11, 2024 in Sumter Township that you did assault or commit the act of assault and battery upon Angela Nicole Jacobson, your former spouse?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. King?
Yes, Judge.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobson, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to domestic violence. Mr. King, are we proceeding to sentencing or are we scheduling the matter for sentencing at a future date?
Your Honor, I would ask the court inquire of the complaining witness whether or not she'd waive her right to notice under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. I would have inquired of her sooner, but I did not know that this plea offer was actually going to be accepted. If she'll waive the notice requirement, the people have no objection to it being accepted.
Thank you. Miss Angela Jacobson, if you would turn your video on and unmute yourself, ma'am.
I don't object to sentencing today.
You do not object. Ma'am, you understand you have an absolute right to receive notice of a future date and time for the sentencing.
Yes.
Ms. Jacobson, having waived her right to have notice in this matter and having no objection to sentence being imposed this morning, Mr. King, was there something you wanted to say, sir?
Your Honor, I do simply ask that the court abide by the sentence agreement in this case. It's my understanding that there's been ongoing issues in this relationship of violence, and a lot of that has to do with some substance abuse and alcohol treatment issues. So I believe that this offer, were it to be accepted, would, terms of this offer, were they to be ordered, would work to alleviate those concerns and hopefully create a better situation for everyone involved. So I do ask that the court abide by the agreement and order all the terms that the people in the defense have agreed upon. Additionally, Your Honor, I would ask the court to inquire as to whether or not the complainant wishes to make an impact statement.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobson?
Oh, no, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobson.
Thank you. Mr. Bowders, was there something you wanted to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobson, is there something you want to say on your own behalf, sir?
Yep, that is all. Thank you.
Mr. Jacobson, the court has accepted your plea of guilty to the domestic violence charge as indicated by Mr. Bowders. That plea is taken pursuant to 769.4A. You'll be placed on probation for a period of 12 months. You will be responsible for all oversight fees associated with that probation. The court will impose a fine of $500, cost of $200. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. You will submit to a psychological evaluations and a substance abuse evaluation and follow all recommendations that result from either of those evaluations, if any. You will complete battery risk counseling. You will not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during the pendency of this matter. You will submit to random alcohol testing at least 2 times per month or as otherwise directed by the court's probation department. You will have no contact with the complainant, Ms. Jacobson, in this case. And sir, no contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact through social media, no contact with third parties. Should this court receive reports that you've made efforts to be in contact or communication with Ms. Jacobson, it could be viewed as a violation of the terms of your probation. Your probation could be revoked. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobson, other than that, the probation department will be in contact with you. There will be documents that need to be executed to formally place you on probation. They will be able to assist you in getting these evaluations scheduled, getting you put on the court's alcohol testing rotation, and help you get scheduled for battery risk counseling. Is there anything else in this matter, Mr. King?
Nothing further from the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Your Honor, there is an ongoing custody issue that would involve eventually seeing his children, I believe. We're just hoping that the court will agree with anything that the circuit court has decided as far as visitation. And contact to be made involving the child or children.
I am actually taking care of that through the friend of the court. I just am going to serve the papers. It's just going to take probably a day or two to get that done, if that's all right.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, Your Honor,
So unless there's an order from a higher court that directs otherwise. Yes, Mr. King.
that you're saying what I was going to ask.
Unless there's an order from a higher court directing otherwise, there is no contact. If the only contact that is permissible is for the care, custody, transport, or support of these children. It was my understanding that there was an act that allowed the parties to effectuate the custody and care I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but there's a way to not violate the terms of this court's order and be compliant with the arrangements as relates to the children. Was there anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
That
you,
concludes
Judge.
this matter. Thank you for your patience this morning. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. King. Your Honor, could I go back
These
into a
are-
break room with Mr. Mohammed? I apologize.
No, you're fine. We'll get you moved back in with Mr. Mohammed. These are 4S4358703 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Gerardo Patton. Unmute
It's,
yourself, sir, and state your name for me, please.
Gerardo Patino.
Patino, thank you, sir. Sir, the way court staff had you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor?
I was speaking to Mohammed.
The prosecutor, yes.
Yeah, yes.
And sir, you entered an agreement with the prosecutor to plead responsible for failing to display a valid license and impeding traffic. Was that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. May you put your hand down? Sir, as indicated, there is an agreement that you will enter a plea of guilty for failing to display a valid license and responsible for impeding traffic. Was that your understanding and agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty and responsible?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty and responsible because you are in fact guilty and responsible?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on April 16, 2024, Michigan State Police found you in the city of Romulus impeding traffic or otherwise disrupting the orderly flow of traffic?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it also true that on April 16, 2024, Michigan State Police found you to the Michigan State Police requested that you produce a valid license and you failed to display a valid license?
Can you repeat that?
Is it true that on April the 16th, 2024, you encountered Michigan State Police and they asked you to produce a license and you failed to display a valid license?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the impeding traffic and will impose a fine of $180. The court also accepts your plea of guilty to the failing to display a valid license, and for that matter will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100, $75 mandatory crime victim fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345.
Okay.
That's a total of $525, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes.
Then, sir, what I will have you do sometime in the next 5 days, you need to contact the court's collection department. You can come in person, speak to the collection department, and they'll set a payment plan for you. You may call the court, ask to speak to the collection department, they'll set a payment plan for you, or you can go onto the court's website. There's a contact us button. If you click on that button, it will drop down. You can select to submit a request for a payment plan and set a payment plan that way. But do one of those 3 things in the next 5 days to avoid additional penalties. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
You're free to go, sir. You have a great day.
You too. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Priority waste. Ms. Owens Adams, have you been in to speak to the prosecutor yet?
No, I haven't.
Let's get you moved in to speak with the prosecutor before we call this formal hearing. Mary Ann, is there any reason for Mr. Schillinger to still be on?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Dillon?
Yes, there we are. Sorry,
That's okay.
technical difficulties.
These are 24L026800A, B, and C. These are State of Michigan versus Priority Waste.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alex Dillon on behalf of Priority Waste, P52648.
Mr. Dillon, for these three matters, the court has received an indication from Mr. Mohammed, the prosecutor, that these cases are to be adjourned for 2 weeks. Was that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
10:15, Judge.
10:15 on June the 5th. That will be with Judge Oakley. Mary Ann, in person for pre-hearings?
Let me double check.
Thank you.
Yes, live.
In person in courtroom number 2 at 10:15. And then for 24L023284A, B, and C, Mr. Dillon, the court received the same indication from the prosecutor that you were requesting that that case be adjourned as well.
That's correct.
Then we will use that same time of 10:15 on June the 5th. In person, in courtroom number 2 with Judge Oakley. And then, sir, there were 24L023297A, B, and C. These were State of Michigan versus Priority Waste. There's a notation from the prosecutor that you have authority from your client to plead responsible to the overweight with a fine of $100, the dismissal of the hydraulic leak, and responsible to the spillage with a fine of $150. Was that your understanding, Mr. Dillon?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the overweight fine is $1,000 though.
$1,000, yes, sir.
Okay, I thought you might have said 100. So.
I might have said something different, but the plea form says $1,000 on the overweight and $150 on the spillage.
Okay,
Sir, the court accepts your plea on behalf of your clients as indicated. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay this amount, sir?
we have 14 days, please.
14 days to pay. Anything else, Mr. Dillon?
No, that's it.
Thank you. That concludes these matters, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. You do the same.
Two four L 5655620I, State of Michigan versus Christian Dragos. Your appearance, please.
This is not Christian
Good
Bragos.
morning, Your Honor. Radu Yacoban, P72849.
Thank you, Mr. Akilban. The court has received from the prosecutor an indication that you will be pleading,
Responsible.
correct, sir, responsible to amended citation to impeding traffic. Was that your understanding and agreement?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And sir, you have authority from your client to enter a plea on their behalf.
I do, Your Honor.
The court accepts your plea of responsible to the impeding. Will impose a fine of $180. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay?
No, Your Honor, 5 days is fine.
5 days to pay. Anything else this morning?
No, Your Honor. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. You have a good day.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Jadala.
Your Honor, we're ready on Mr. Radford as well as Mr. Gonzalez.
I can have it, Judge. I just need to amend my form.
Mr. Jadala, Mr. Mohammed's not quite ready.
I can state it on the record.
I don't have a
I'm
file.
ready on Mr. Radford. That would be my last thing.
File, I just need to
Thank you.
read it.
This is 240406 SM, State of Michigan versus Austin Radford. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, APA Larry King for the people, P 78774.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala, P 62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Radford. Mr. Radford, please say your name for the record.
Austin Radford.
Today was the day and time scheduled for final pretrial. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe Mr. King wanted to make representations to the court for,
Yeah.
we're gonna schedule this matter for another court date.
Your Honor, I will. One of our complaining witnesses is present today, and I have spoken with him, that being Mr. Frazier. I asked that now that he has appeared, be excused from future court dates. I did also speak with some officers involved in this case who brought some matters to my attention which require my further investigation and action. So based on that, Your Honor, the people would request that this be set for an adjourned final conference in about 2 to 3 weeks. To allow me to do some due diligence on this case.
3-week adjournment. Was that your understanding, Mr. Jadala?
It was, Your Honor.
3 weeks puts us on June the 12th at
9:15.
at 9:15. That's on Zoom in number 3 with Judge Green. Is there anything else, Mr. King? You're muted, sir.
I just asked that the court note Mr. Frazier's appearance and excuse him from that adjourned pretrial.
I did. I noted in the file that Mr. Frazier was present this morning and have excused him from further proceedings.
Thank you, Judge. I do ask the bond continue as previously ordered, and we are looking at June 12th, you said, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll have some updates by then.
Thank you. Anything else on behalf of Mr. Radford?
Nothing further. Have a good day, Mr. Radford.
Thank
can
you.
log off.
Your Honor, as far as I know, I think that does it for me today. I know there is an exam at 1 o'clock that Mr. Mohammed has kindly agreed to cover, but I'm going to be logging off unless I missed something.
Thank you, Mr. King. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you all.
These are 4S4361826 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus De Jesus Gonzalez. May I have your appearances, please?
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P 62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, please say your name.
David Gonzalez de Jesus.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala, the court has received from Mr. Mohammed an indication that your client will be pleading guilty to failing to display a valid license and responsible to failing to register.
Yeah, I believe that was the civil infraction, correct, Your Honor. And we're waiting for him reading and staying mute, and that's what he wishes to do. He wishes to avail himself to the plea, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, is it your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty this morning to the added count of failing to display a valid license and the original charge of operating without a proper vehicle code, a vehicle group designation would be dismissed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it also your understanding you'll be pleading responsible to the added count of failing to register a vehicle and the original charge of Motor Carrier Safety Act civil infraction will be dismissed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your pleas this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty and responsible?
No.
You're pleading guilty and responsible because you are in fact guilty and responsible.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, is it true that on April 29, 2024, Michigan State Police encountered you in Van Buren Township, Michigan, and you failed to display a valid license when requested to do so by law enforcement?
Yes.
Sir, is it also true on that date and time, April 29, 2024, Michigan State Police encountered you and confirmed that you failed to register the vehicle?
Yes.
Sir, the court accepts your pleas of responsible and guilty as indicated on the record. Mr. Janala, anything on behalf of your client before fines and costs are imposed?
We just asked for minimal fines and costs, and he's gonna need an opportunity to enter into a payment plan, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are imposed?
I don't have anything to say.
Thank you. Sir, as for the civil infraction, the court will impose a fine of $200. As for the failing to display a valid license, the court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. That's $345. Mr. Janala has already requested that you be allowed to make payments in this matter. You have an absolute right to have a payment plan, sir. You can get a payment plan in place in one of three ways. You can call the court's collection department. You may come in person and speak to the court's collection department, or you may go to the court's website. There's a drop-down button that allows you to submit a request for a payment plan that way, but do one of those three things sooner rather than later, okay?
Okay. So if you gotta send me to pay online, or who is?
Yes, you're able to pay online, sir.
You just have to go to the 34th District Court website and follow the instructions,
Okay.
okay, sir?
All right, sounds good. All right, yep.
Thank you.
All righty.
230936 FY, State of Michigan versus Walter Gates. Ms. Robinson?
Yes, Judge.
I am so sorry. I saw you there.
This was the second phone.
Yes, Judge, I'm
Case was
sorry.
scheduled at 9:45. It's now 11:40 by this court's clock.
I
Have you
have not had
seen your
contact.
client?
I have not had contact, Judge. I wrote a letter. I received his phone number this morning. I'm asking for an adjournment.
1 week or 2 weeks, ma'am?
Am I allowed
1
to
week
leave?
longer?
should 2 week, long, 3 weeks, Judge? 3 weeks?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gonzalez, you're free to go. Thank you. 3 weeks puts us on
Bye.
1, 2, 3, June the 12th.
Yes, Your Honor.
At 9:15.
At
Thank you.
9:15. That's on Zoom in number 3 with Judge Green. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Have a good day, ma'am.
You too, Judge and court
Thank
staff.
you.
Your Honor, we are ready on a Mr. Larry.
240329 SM, State of Michigan versus Cameron Larry. Your
Yeah,
names
thank
for
you,
the
Your Honor.
record, please.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch, 45367, appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Larry. Mr. Larry, could you tell the court your name for the record, please? Mr. Larry?
Cameron Larry. Cameron Larry.
It is a dismissal, Your Honor.
Dismissal based on the complainant's failure to appear, Mr. Bowditch?
Correct, Your Honor. It was adjourned from last week because Mr. Larry was late, but there was no complaint in the last week either. I talked to Mr. Larry yesterday. I don't know where he is right now.
This case having been scheduled at 10 a.m. it now being 11:43 by this court's clock. Complainant having failed to appear, defense motion to dismiss is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that completes my responsibility.
Two zero one one two three FY, State of Michigan versus Journey Andrews Mitchell. State your name for me, please.
Journey Andrews Mitchell.
Have you had any contact with Mr. Woodyard?
No. He haven't been
Have you
answering.
been? I was gonna ask you, have you been provided with his phone number?
Yes, but he haven't been answering. I tried to call him and I called him this morning.
I'm not sure why he's not here, and I don't see any attorney from that office available. Let's see if we can possibly get someone. Mary Ann, I'm sorry to do this.
Yep, I'll give it a shot.
Thank you. If you, yep, thank you. I was gonna say, if you sit tight, my secretary is gonna try to see if somebody from the office can log on or locate Mr. Woodyard.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Here he is, Judge. I'm gonna put him in to speak with Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you. This is 9S35944947. This is State of Michigan versus Jared Martin. This case was scheduled for pretrial at 9 a.m. It's now 11:48 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant not being present, having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause. Two 40402 SD, State of Michigan versus Dorian Jeffries. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:15. It's now 11:49 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this case will be set for show cause. This is 201123 FY, State of Michigan versus Andrews Mitchell. May I have your appearance, please?
Judge, good morning to you and to my Ms. Mitchell. Michael Woodyard, my P number is 64612. I'm a staff attorney at Neighborhood Defender Service, and our office represents Ms. Mitchell. Would you say good morning, please, and say your name, ma'am?
Good morning, Johnny Andrews Mitchell.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the PCC. Mr. Woodyard, how are we proceeding?
Judge, I'm wondering, bottom line up front, is there a way we can reschedule the PCC? I think I'm in need of digital discovery, and I know I'm in need of discussing this case at great length with my client.
1, 2, or 3 weeks, sir?
2 weeks would be perfect. That would put us into the 5th of June.
June 5th at
10:15.
At 10:15 a.m. That's in person in courtroom number 2 with Judge Oakley. Is there anything else, Mr. Woodyard?
Judge, no, nothing for the record, but thank you, Miss. Can I ask my client, Miss Mitchell, does your phone number and
Mr. Woodyard, let's get you moved into a breakout room to get that contact information, okay?
that's even better. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mhm. She hurt? Is she? What happened with the hearing? What happened with the hearing? Was she going downstairs to do her testimony? Oh, Huron, okay. Oh my gosh.
So Al calls up here. What was that woman's name who fell down the stairs? And he said, what woman? We didn't know anything about anybody falling down the stairs. He said, she didn't check in. No. Because it was an officer. We didn't know. So we called downstairs to ask them. It's pretty good.
Somebody who wanted to see the building. I said, do you want to walk the elevator? So we walked up the stairs and they were like, I can't walk back down those stairs. It makes me feel like I'm gonna fall because you can see through. And I was like, yeah. Why is he out in the hallway?
Who? He's like, I'm lucky he's here today.
No, I'm talking about this one.
Oh, I don't know. This one was in a car accident this morning. Look at his arms. Airbags.
Miss Oliver's on if you need to speak to someone, if you need the victim's advocate from the prosecutor's office. Are you okay though?
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, total was car.
Are you serious?
I think it is because 5 airbags went out.
Why are you here?
What do I say? You know why he said? Because he wouldn't leave me hanging. That's nice. of you.
Mary Ann, are you listening to this nonsense?
No, I am not.
You are in a car accident with 5 airbags deployed and you're here.
Oh. Who did that?
Officer Rapp.
What?
It said the same thing. He comes sauntering in here.
Oh, are you okay? Well, he kind of looks a little off today.
And he only came in because he didn't want to leave me hanging.
Oh.
This is 240409 SD, State of Michigan versus Brian Bradley. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:45 a.m. It is now 11:53 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause.
I think we should do that formal hearing.
We do have a formal hearing, which is why I was asking why the prosecutor was in the hallway.
You want me to get him in?
No, I want to find out, well,
'Cause there was no-
it looks like he's in the breakout room with her.
well, the state police said there's no police.
Oh, I saw him. So I'm ready when they're ready. This is 240413 SM, State of Michigan versus Robert Blanton. This case was scheduled at 10:15 for a pretrial. It is now 11:55 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the underlying case being assaultive in nature. Court will set the matter for show cause. Hi, who are you here for? You know, there's somebody waiting to talk to you from 10:15 docket. Russell, Justin Russell. No, don't leave. What are we doing with Aldred? No. What are you talking about? Defendants always show up for their hearings. Oh, good. Well, are we gonna talk ourselves into a lunch maybe? I don't know. We'll see. 230940 FY, State of Michigan versus Robert Aldred. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of people P86771.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Lauren Anderson, P85191, on behalf of Robert Aldred, who is now.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for the preliminary examination in this matter. The defendant was present on April 3rd, 2024, when the court scheduled this matter. Case was scheduled at 11:30, is now 11:57 by this court's clock. Ms. Anderson, any explanation for your client's failure to appear this afternoon?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mohammed?
Judge, the people would move for a KPS.
Defendant having failed to appear, bench warrant shall issue in this matter 5,000, 10%. Anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Anderson?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is Ms. Hamilton here?
I did not see her.
No. I think they're ready for the formal.
I'm ready. This is 24L023207OT. This is State of Michigan versus Priority Logistics. Attorney Alexander Dillon was here earlier on some other unrelated matters, but failed to enter a plea in this matter. Based on his prior appearance, the court will adjourn this matter. Mary Ann,
Yep, I'm here.
2 weeks out for this one, please.
Sure, at 10:30.
Thank you. Mr. Larry?
Yes, ma'am.
Your case was dismissed, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, what file do you need?
I need, Dustin Russell. We're scheduled for 10:15.
Okay.
It's a ticket.
Oh, you know, did they just show up?
No, they've been on Zoom supposedly.
Oh, someone's on Zoom. She may have it.
Okay.
If it's a failure to appear.
No, it's
No, huh. Unless I have it on my desk.
no proof of insurance. Thank you.
What? Should I just go back? Yeah. Vanessa Hamilton is still in Detroit. I'm gonna just ask the judge what you wanna do.
Yeah.
Cause she's on the phone with Mariah. She got 2 cases. I know.
All right, ma'am, just sit tight until the judge comes, okay?
Okay.
No. Thank you. This is 4S4319908, sorry. This is State of Michigan versus Veronica Owens Adams. Ma'am, would you state your name for me, please?
Miss Veronica Owens Adams.
Thank you. Ma'am, today was the day and time scheduled for a formal hearing. The court has received an indication from the prosecutor that the citation will be amended from careless driving to impeding traffic, and you will plead responsible to the impeding traffic. Was that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the amended charge of impeding traffic. And Ms. Owens Adams, is it true that on February 12, 2024, Michigan State Police found you in Van Buren Township driving in such a manner as to disrupt the ordinary flow of traffic?
I was driving without my lights on. Yeah, that is true.
Ma'am, the court accepts the plea of responsible to the impeding traffic. The court will apply the bond that you posted, the $195 in full satisfaction of the fines and costs in this matter, and dismiss the careless driving citation. Was there anything else this morning?
No, ma'am, that was it as far as I know.
I'm sorry?
I think that's it as far as I know.
That is it. Thank you so very much, ma'am. You have a good day.
Oh, thank you too. Bye.
Thank you. Take your hat off for me, please, sir. Did I give you that file, Dustin Russell? Attorney Hamilton is stuck in 36. She's going to be late. She'll be here in approximately a half an hour. No, it's perfect, so we can get some lunch maybe. Not we, us, we, Officer Brooks. 22BL00539A. This is State of Michigan versus Russell. Sir, would you state your name for me, please?
Dustin Russell.
Mr. Russell, the way court staff have you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have this assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
The court has received the plea form from the prosecutor that indicates that this case will be dismissed as you have presented proof of valid insurance. Do you have any objection to this case being dismissed?
Nope.
Case
No,
is
Your Honor.
hereby dismissed, Mr. Russell. Is there anything else this morning?
Nope.
Mr. Russell, you have a small balance due on another outstanding matter, a stop sign matter. The court will apply the bond that you have in this case to that and then refund the balance to you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Have a good day. You're free to go. This court will stand in adjournment.
All right. Court's now in session, yeah, we'll be smart.
You may be seated. You don't even want to know. You don't even want to know. Grab a prosecutor would be helpful a little bit.
Thank you for your patience.
Listen, I understand, I appreciate it, and I remember being stuck.
Third Circuit really lacks the expediency and efficiency that you have down back here.
I think we have a slightly different urgency about us. I was trying to think of the polite way to say that.
Yeah, exactly.
This is 240333 FY, State of Michigan versus Jonathan Wilson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of people P86771. Hey, good morning, Your Honor. Vanessa Hamilton, P82107 on behalf of Mr. Jonathan Wilson, who stands to my right.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is the day and time scheduled for the preliminary examination in this matter. Are the people prepared to proceed?
Judge, we are unable to move forward. The complaining witness / victim has failed to appear. I did make multiple attempts to try and reach him. However, I have not received, I've not made any contact with that individual. So we're unable to move forward today. If we request dismissal on that basis, Your Honor.
Defense request to dismiss is granted. That dismissal is without prejudice. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing from the people.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson, that concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a great afternoon.
And then Chanel Clark.
Really? You pick what's next?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's fine.
I didn't mean it like that.
No,
I'm just saying, like, for the defense attorney for second.
I call them in the order that they're on the
I
docket.
apologize.
Attorney Hamilton knows that. 240328 FY, State of Michigan versus Janelle Clark. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people P86771.
Hey, good morning, Vanessa Hamilton, P82107 on behalf of Janelle Clark, who stands to my right. Janelle Clark.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Today is the day and time scheduled for the preliminary examination. Are the people prepared to proceed?
Judge, the people are unable to move forward. This case was scheduled for 12:30 p.m. It's now 1:09 p.m. and both victims have failed to appear. I did make multiple attempts to speak with the victim, and I did make contact with the victim, and she indicated that she would be appearing. However, it's now almost 40 minutes past that scheduled time, and so we're unable to move forward at this time right now.
And your request dismissal on that basis.
Thank you. Based on the complainant's failure to appear, prosecution indication that they're unable to proceed without those parties, defense motion to dismiss is granted. Is there anything else on behalf of the people, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Clark?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark, that concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a great afternoon. Thank you. That's it.
And then we
You
have,
should have called someone else to come log back on and you have Mr. Hart's cases?
yeah,
Mr.
so
Hart,
it's
Mr. White.
actually AP Patricia Mandanich case, but I believe he emailed myself and the clerk asking me to step in if needed to handle the dismissal.
Handle the dismissal.
Will they get a copy of the order?
It's just the
Just
Can I call Mr. Hart?
Is he here?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
possible get a copy of the ROA. I'm just asking if my client is.
Oh.
If you give me after this case, I'll go. Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Behave or get out. Those are your. Because I'm impatient and I want stuff done when I want it done. I did something I shouldn't have done. And so then I was in the hallway and I dropped my key and I went bent over to get my key and it aggravated and already. Okay. And I was just gonna lay down in the hallway, but nobody would ever come look for me. Miss Hill, how are you this afternoon? Miss Hill? What are you here for? Miss Hill? Give me one moment, Mr. Hurt.
No.
This is 240154 FY, State of Michigan versus Travis Early. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P86771.
Sometimes you get a chuckle out of it.
And and just for the record, I am standing in for APA Patricia Manderman.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mark Carter appearing on behalf of Mr. Early, number.
Would you state your name for me, sir?
Travis Early.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the preliminary examination in this matter. Are the people prepared to proceed?
Judge, no one has appeared on this case. There's no officers, no OIC, no victims. So the people are unable to move forward at this time.
Defense motion to dismiss is granted. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing from the people. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Early?
Nothing, thanks, Judge.
Mr. Early, that concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a good afternoon. So if I say P58801, will you laugh as well?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, well, not as long as we're in the vote. No. Take care of it.
You too, sir. Thank you. Ms. Hill.
I could do the DB exception. That's what I was thinking. But I mean, nobody.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Mr.
What are you here for, ma'am?
I'm here to appear for a final pretrial. And
Ms. Hill, what's the defendant's name? Or what time was the case scheduled?
It was scheduled for 9 o'clock today. However, I was without power and I called the courts and made them aware. And I actually had to wait on my neighbor to get home, and she was nice enough to let me use her internet to conduct this Zoom meeting this morning.
Ms. Hill, we're showing you as a failure to appear, which would mean either a bench warrant issued or the matter was set for show cause. This is 240399 SM. We were on the record. So if you called the court, I'm not sure who you spoke to. My secretary was on with me. I'll locate the file, we'll pull it, and we'll get it rescheduled for a final pretrial. It will probably be 2 to 3 weeks from now, just so we can get notice out to everyone, okay?
Okay, so now that I've spoken with you, all I have to do is just wait for the next court hearing. You don't expect anything else of me?
Nothing's gonna happen because there are no court-appointed attorneys here available to speak with you. The prosecutor is here, but he can't speak to you without your
My
attorney
attorney.
present. So
Correct.
give me 1 second. I just want to make sure that we are. I just want to look in the court's file. It's just going to take me one quick moment.
I just know that Mr. Batar, my attorney, said that someone else will be covering for him today.
There was someone here on your behalf. I'm looking in the court notes right now, and I see that you did call and speak to someone else.
Yes, ma'am.
We have an address for you on Harrison. You don't need to give me the number, but is that still a good address for you?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll pull the file out of the failure to appear. We'll get a new court date and my secretary will mail it to you at that address, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you.
I'm sorry, hold on for one ma'am, hold on.
In regard to this case, I had the victim appear and she was here for like 2 hours. Is it okay if we don't have the victim have to?
I'll make a notation in the file that the complainant does not need to be present.
Thank you. I appreciate
No worries. You're free to go, Ms. Hill.
Was
You
that
have a
for
great
my-
day.
I'm sorry, was that for my case or was that speaking on
It
another?
was for your case. The prosecutor was here because it was a final pretrial. The complainant, the victim was ordered to appear and they were here for over 2 hours. They were physically here in the courthouse. So his
Okay.
request, the prosecutor's request to me was that the victim not have to appear at whatever the reset date is.
Okay, great. So
Okay.
there was no proceedings or anything of that nature?
Well, no, there were no proceedings.
Okay, one other question. Now, was there anything as far as in a pursuance of anything on
I don't know
behalf
what you're asking.
on behalf of the victim? Was there anything being pursued?
I don't know what you mean. Ask it more plainly.
Like a charge? Was there a charge being pursued that the victim, alleged victim, wanted to go through with? What was the reason? I'm sorry, I'm just asking, what was the reason for the prosecutor to tell her not to show for the next court hearing?
Because they were here today.
Oh,
And you
okay, so
weren't.
just due to the
And even though
inconvenience. Okay.
and although you were without power, I'm not gonna
Yes,
make
it
somebody
goes
else
on.
miss. Yeah, it's not,
Totally
no, it's nothing
understandable.
different.
Okay,
Correct.
totally understandable. Thank you so much, Ms. Martin, for
Couple
understanding.
of weeks. No worries. Have a good day.
Okay, so I'll just wait to see something in the mail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. You have a wonderful and blessed day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. May I close out now?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Again? Where are the people?
Get him in here.
Because you didn't run a new docket. We did it. I don't even think it was a full week. Oh, maybe it was on Monday? Okay. I'm just going through tomorrow and I found a few that were paid, and so I put them in the box to go back downstairs. I can't remember the last time we saw Larry.
I thought Trish Powell was ahead of DB.
I don't know what the thing. Mark Hart. You just laugh at it. I did. Not too shabby right now, I don't think. But hey. Oh, I think I need more water. Nope.
Well, this would be nice, and I could do this whole thing.
Get ready for tomorrow. I thought that this meant not having to wait for people.
Oh, I like your new selection. Oh, you got snip.
I told you the other day it was gonna be the ladybug and snails.
Oh my God.
I already looked at tomorrow's Independent, and it's the picture with Judge Parrott and I from a couple weeks ago.
Aw, just the two of you?
No, there's other people in it. There is foundation money for a beautification project in the city of Belleville. So we all took a group of us in the picture. So yeah, that's.
It makes me happy.
I know. That's why I get to see, and that's where he was last night at Rotary Scholarship Committee. He's not a Rotarian anymore, but he still sits on the foundation that funds the scholarships, and so he was there. So it was nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I think the wording was a little bit more delicate. So
Yeah, that was a lot of the like.
yeah. Yep. But it was nice. I gave my little speech and kept it moving.
Is the road, are you in the road or are you just? Oh, okay.
Just on the foundation. Because I wasn't sure if he was going to rejoin. I tried to not crowd him, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you came in and you're rushing me and you weren't even ready.
I'm trying to get them in here, but they're still arguing. The guys are real.
So I need to come out there?
No, but
I'm gonna do like that judge that took off his robe and threw
would
it.
like to know. It's a misdemeanor case, right? So he wants to give him 40 hours of community service, but the guy's moving to Texas.
This isn't a misdemeanor.
They're pleading it to a misdemeanor.
Can we,
We're not gonna accept the plea, then they can start this up downtown. How about that? No? Can we what?
so he's not gonna move to Texas then? No, can we transfer his 40 hours of community service down to Texas? Or is that just too much aggravation? It was a A and B and a PO.
I know, I'm looking at that.
And he's got a real attitude.
Is the detective here?
Yeah. Detective said, I don't care what you do.
When's he moving?
Oh, I didn't get that.
Oh, we'll see what we can figure out on the record. They don't need to duke it out in the hallway.
Okay.
It's already 1:51, which
I'll bring
means
it
we're
in.
past the window.
I'll bring him in.
Thank you. Yeah. You should have seen me yesterday. I think I played it off yesterday.
What did you do?
Yesterday I was feeling this way. I just was moving differently. That happened like 2 days ago.
What did you do?
I was moving something. Instead of waiting for help, I moved it by myself. So yeah.
Is it in lower?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you have like a key or on it or?
No. It was fine until the it was manageable until the key dropped.
Oh,
Do you-
I can't tell.
Oh, I saw a thing the other day that said that I used to be able to be on the swing set, and when it was high, I could jump off, land on my feet, I'd be perfectly fine. Now I sleep on the wrong pillow and I'm hurt for a week. And I remember taking gym and ballet at the same time, because that's what my school did. We did gym and ballet during the same period. I mean, during the same semester. And we did swimming. And it was perfectly fine. Back flips and handsprings. If I try to do that now.
Just the thought makes me hurt.
We used to have this giant tree in our backyard. We used to climb in that tree, used to drag plywood and stuff and build stuff up in a tree. We used to swing until you could see over the top of it and jump out when it was on the. Try to do it.
Our little bodies.
Think about it.
I know, my mom and dad had a huge, like as big as this room, willow tree. You know how strong their limbs are. We go like we were Tarzan, you know, flying from one to the next.
Think about how fast you used to get down on the floor and get back up. You try that now. You're okay. Sit with your legs perfectly crossed and stuff. Yeah, okay.
No, that's what Rick was trying to tell me. I was like planting with flowers. And he's going, well, we try to sit like this or lay down or do it this way.
I realized the problem between the kids because, you know, one is 31 and the baby's only 15. That's a long.
Oh, yeah.
And I think about how I was with the oldest one. So he's 31. I was still in college. I was able to play with him in a way that by the time the 15-year-old came along, absolutely not. I'd be wrapped up with that 10 unit on. Yeah, those days are over. It's just like him. He's not chasing anybody. He's just gonna throw a handful of pennies at them. I'm talking about all of us. This is 240365 FY State of Michigan versus, is it Jeter or Getter? Jeter. Thank you. Robert Jeter, your appearances.
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P86771.
May it please the Honor, report Daniel Blank, P10873, retained counsel on behalf of Mr. Jeter. Would you identify yourself? Robert Jeter.
Thank you, Mr. Jeter. Good afternoon, Mr. Blank. Today is the day and time scheduled for the preliminary examination in this matter. Are the people prepared to proceed?
Judge, we are prepared to proceed. I've spoken with the OIC and the officer in regard to this case, and they've come to an agreement that we will be offering in this case for count 1, which is resisting a police officer. We're gonna be offering attempt.
Going to be offering or entering a
Or
plea
we
as
have
to?
offered already and discussed with the defense attorney a delayed sentence, 12 months for count 1, attempt R&O. And the terms and conditions include 40 hours of community service. It would also include additional terms and conditions set by the court. And as long as the defendant doesn't commit any crimes within those 12 months, then at the end of the 12 months, it would result in a dismissal of that count. In regard to count 2, which is disturbing the peace, that was also going to be a delayed sentence for 6 months. I understand that the defendant is going to be moving to Texas, and so we were just having some discussions on how to address the 40 hours of community service. And if this court knows that process, if they could just let us all know if it could be transferred to Texas, if that's a thing. Thank you.
You said disorderly for count 2. Are you changing from disturbing the peace
No,
or are you leaving
apologize.
as, okay,
Disturbing the peace.
okay.
Your Honor, may I indicate what my understanding is?
Absolutely, Mr. Blank.
Thank you. Your Honor, it's my understanding that because the defendant has no criminal history. He's 25 years old. He is a manager at Aldi's and has been a manager at Aldi's for the last 5 years. He is moving to Texas to take on a new position at Aldi's, increase the salary and benefits. It's my understanding that the 771, which is going to apply to both counts, is that correct?
Correct. That's what I was referring to as a delayed sentence, Judge.
That under 771 and pursuant to a Court of Appeals decision, if the 771, there is an agreement that the matters be dismissed if the defendant has no further criminal history or record, that it should be stated as a part of 771, because a lot of times you have a different prosecutor a year later, and all of a sudden someone says, I didn't agree to a dismissal. So the Court of Appeals has indicated, in an opinion that I read, place it in the agreement. That's why I asked the prosecutor to do that. Your Honor, the defendant is prepared to withdraw his former plea of not guilty, enter a plea of guilty to attempt
Resisting and obstructing.
Disturbing the peace, all under 771 with a dismissal at the end. The question is, once he moves to Texas, I would assume there is some possible reciprocal action between Michigan and Texas so that he can do his 40 hours of community service in Texas.
When is he moving to Texas?
End of July, Your Honor. Oh, end of July, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Blank, just so we're clear, Mr. Mohammed indicated that it would be 12 months delayed on the resisting of obstructing and 6 months on the disturbing the peace. Was that your understanding?
Yes, the attempt obstruction.
Correct.
Yes, making it
Okay.
a misdemeanor cognizable by dishonorable court.
Okay. Anything else before I inquire of your client, sir?
I'm sorry.
Anything else before I inquire of your client?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Jeter, would you raise your right hand for me? Come stand next to Mr. Blank. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this matter with Mr. Blank, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to an amended count 1 of attempted resisting and obstructing a police officer, and a plea of guilty to disturbing the peace. It was your understanding and agreement that these pleas of guilty would be subject to a delayed sentence pursuant to 771.1, which provides that so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan during the time period, the 6 months on the count 2 and the 12 months on count 1, and completed all other conditions set forth by the court, that the cases would be administratively reviewed for dismissal. You have to say it. Thank you. No, you're fine. And that's how you wish to proceed. And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your pleas this afternoon, you will not have a trial of any kind. You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor. And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily? You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty? Mr. Jeter, is it true that on April the 16th, 2024, at Detroit Metro Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus, County of Wayne, state of Michigan, that you did attempt to assault, batter, wound, resist, obstruct, oppose, or endanger David Birdie, a police officer with the Wayne County Airport Police?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it also true that on that same date, time, and location that you did make a disturbance in a public building, that being the Evans Terminal at Detroit Metro Airport?
Yes.
Mr. Blank, would you like to inquire further of your client?
No further inquiry on my behalf is required, in my opinion, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are the people satisfied, Mr. Mohammed?
We are, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Jeter, the court will accept your plea of guilty to count one, attempted resisting and obstructing with the 12-month delayed sentence. And in that matter, I'm sorry, Mr. Mohammed, you said community service hours. Was there anything else?
Just additional terms and conditions set by the court, whatever the court feels necessary to impose.
Were the community service hours specifically in lieu of or in addition to costs pursuant to statute?
It was to be imposed as part of the delayed sentence.
Okay.
So a requirement.
And the 40 hours is based on any specific issue that arose during the interaction between Mr. Jeter and the police, or?
Yeah, it arises from the facts during this interaction.
Okay.
Your Honor, there were no blows struck that I'm aware of. The resisting, as I reviewed on the videotape, is the defendant was trying to exit the area where you were supposed to go through. In other words, he was trying to get a phone from a family member. He was told to stop by the police. The police grabbed his arm to prevent him from going out through the intake procedure. And the video shows he pulled away.
Okay.
No blows struck.
It did, Your Honor, just for the record to reflect, it did result in a wrestle between the officer and the defendant, is what I was told. Thank you.
Was there anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, thank you.
Mr. Blank, was there anything else you wanted to say on behalf of your client?
Just very briefly, as I indicated before, this young man has no prior criminal contacts that I'm aware of. He is a manager at Aldi's, which location? Clinton Township. This was not a planned type of situation where the defendant was deliberately trying to antagonize anyone that resulted in these charges. He was late for a flight. He had forgotten his phone. His aunt was standing outside the restricted area. Time was running out. His fiance was at the departure gate, and instead of walking out, getting the phone, and re-entering the proper way, he tried to exit through the entryway. Not the smartest thing to do in the world, but it was something that was time motivated. His flight was leaving. He didn't want to leave the airport and have to reschedule the flight. His fiance was at the gate. He should have done what he was told to do, but this is not a situation in which